erupts and police dig deeper, a question echoes. Is this Ladakh struggle for justice or a script written far beyond India's borders?
Time to take a short break, and coming up ahead, political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP AIADMK slammed DMK for mismanagement. Also, the other big story that we are tracking, Amit Shah rejects ceasefire offer from Maoists, asks them to lay down arms. Those stories and much more coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हम कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning. Well, this morning I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And the death toll is rising in the Karur Stampede case, the tragic case. But at the same time, politics and political war of words continues over it. And blame game has already begun. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. TVK Chief Vijay seeks CBI or SIT probe into the Karur Stampede, moves Madras High Court. Tamil Nadu top cop says they had asked TVK to change the venue for the rally. TVK had flouted many rules. Political blame game begins in the Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP, AIADMK slammed DMK for mismanagement. Police will interrogate the Molester Baba, and will go ahead and look at the statements given by warden and the victims. Amit Shah rejects ceasefire offer from Maoists and asks them to lay down arms. US 40 people, including 9 children, were killed in a stampede during the rally of Vijay. The actor turned politician had a clear warning from the Madras High Court last month. Vijay has moved the Madras High Court, seeking an independent probe into the stampede. Watch this report for more.
At least 40 innocent lives lost. Families shattered in seconds. Karur reels under the weight of deadly tragedy. 16 women, including 9 children, were among the victims.
Over 39 dead and 51 injured and still in critical condition in the Karur government hospital after the TVK political campaign was held last night here in this district. TVK leader Vijay was supposed to come here at 12 noon but only reached the place at 7 p.m. causing distress among the crowd, with over 15,000 people waiting for him throughout the day. With over many fainting, over dizziness with no food and water throughout the day. Over 10 were admitted during the day yesterday, and also after Vijay arrived in Karur at 7 p.m. over 100 people were injured in the stampede-like situation that was formed after actor Vijay arrived at the location of his political campaign. Also following that, when the actor left after his campaign, the stampede continued to happen around the 1,000 square meter where the leader was, and also after he left, around the police tried to move them around and figured that over 100 people were injured in the stampede and were immediately brought to the Karur government hospital and other private hospitals around the area. Now almost 39 people have died in this particular stampede and 51 continues to be in the hospital taking treatment.
The incident unfolded at TVK rally in Karur last night, where around 30,000 people were gathered. Actor turned politician Vijay was scheduled to address the crowd at around 12 p.m, but his arrival was delayed by nearly 6 hours. The restless gathering swelled in anticipation. And at around 7:45 p.m, a sudden power cut plunged the venue into darkness, triggering confusion and panic. In that chaos, thousands surged towards the stage barricades. Many collapsed from suffocation, while others fell in the rush.
In all these places, only thing is the crowd that is coming behind the vehicle and also joining the place where the meeting is happening. So this is actually intensifying at that point of time. Everybody wants to see their leader, and they are pushing towards the vehicle. There are a lot of youngsters who are not even willing to listen to anybody, even to the volunteers, the bouncers, whomever they bring them. That's the thing. See, this is actually after the leader started speaking. After he started speaking, then some people have become, the push has gone very close to the vehicle. That's the time probably. No, because this is something which have to be investigated, which the commission has to find out. So we can't say much about it.
The delay in medical assistance meant timely treatment could not reach several of those injured. As children and women fainted, Vijay was seen pleading with the police and volunteers to rescue a missing 9-year-old girl. Hours after the stampede, Vijay was spotted leaving for the airport without visiting the victims or making any public statement. This is not the first time stampede situation occurred in TVK rally. A month ago, Madras High Court had warned of possible fatalities at Vijay's rally if safety lapses continued. The court had then asked the DMK-led government who would take responsibility if lives were lost, and ordered uniform safety rules for political gatherings across parties. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has appointed a commission, headed by Arugna Jagadesan, to probe the deadly stampede. She has visited the stampede spot to probe the tragedy. Meanwhile, Vijay has moved Madras High Court and seeks CBI or SIT probe into the stampede.
Breaking news coming in, the death toll has increased, viewers, to 41 in the Karur Stampede tragedy, and this is a very unfortunate incident. 9 children were killed in a stampede during the rally of TVK Chief Vijay. So 9 children and 41 in total. The death toll is mounted to 41 in Karur. This is coming in as already we see a blame game playing out there. Death toll has risen, and also the blame game has already begun. The first information report, which was filed at the Karur Town Police Station, has charged TVK's District Secretary and General Secretary and Joint Secretary under Section 105, which is culpable homicide, 110 attempt to commit culpable homicide, and 125 endangering life of others of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Back-to-back evidence coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, and now we see the investigation has already started. The Madras High Court has called the stampede a shocking incident and expressed deep sorrow over this. The blame game has begun. The TVK now is alleging a political conspiracy behind the incident and sought a court-monitored probe or an investigation by an independent agency. And viewers, getting to some updates coming in right now. As you see those pictures, which are showing what exactly happened when the stampede took place. The death toll is mounting to 41 in Karur. The tragedy had unfolded around 8 p.m. Last Saturday, when a huge crowd broke past the barricades as Vijay appeared on stage. Many victims were women and children who had travelled from across Western Tamil Nadu to see Vijay, who is a Tamil cinema icon. And those are pictures coming in. Now, we move ahead right now because it's a very tragic stampede, and following this tragic stampede at Karur that claimed 40 lives, a political blame game has commenced in Tamil Nadu. The state's governor has sought an explanation from the chief minister about the venue chosen for the TVK campaign. This comes as AIADMK General Secretary EPS criticized the police for alleged bias in security deployments at political events. Amid the political fallout, TVK has approached the Madras High Court seeking an independent probe. Watch this report for more.
As the crowd swelled in Karur during Vijay's rally, some of them started suffocating and fainting. A 9-year-old went missing. When the situation went out of control, Vijay left the venue. A day later, the blame game has begun. TVK alleges that there was a power cut which led to the stampede.
Tamaraga Vetrikaragam TVK leader Vijay, the actor turned politician, had come for his political rally in Karur district. This was his third weekend political rally that the actor had come up with, and this road saw the end to it. All you see here is the slippers of the people who had come here yesterday. Over 25,000 people were here on the same road that you're seeing right now. Very narrow roads, very small place. But how did it capture 25,000 people? This is the mishap where it exactly happened. The roads, the hearts are broken. The stampede, the tragedy, which brings a shame to the entire state of Tamil Nadu. Ever in the state of Tamil Nadu, this is the first time that a political rally has costed a life of almost 40 people, including 9 children. This is the tree which was broken during the stampede, and this was the heart and that was the shelter that broken down. And you can also see the shop that my Vijay Nandakumar is showing, where the entire situation unfolded. This was the only speaker that Vijay was allowed to speak on, wherever he was speaking. This is the only speaker where his voice would be heard for the public, and this was caused because of the electronic shutdown, the power shutdown that was in the place just 30 minutes before the actor turned politician had come here.
But the DMK says it was due to security concerns. AIADMK alleges lack of security.
EVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு இந்த கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த டிவிகே அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தால் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
The BJP is hitting out at government for failing to provide adequate security.
When the state police says 500 people were deployed, we don't believe that. The real ground level policemen were less than 100 in number. The remaining 400 were technical staff. The riot police, the bomb dispersal squad, those kind of police. So inadequate deployment of police force, all these factors have contributed. The local administration's failure has contributed to episode of this nature where 40 people have lost their life. People has got every right to go and watch anybody. The government has to give adequate security to them. Organizers have got every right to ask for a place. It is for the government to judiciously give them a place. Here, the government failed in its responsibility as a honest broker.
The police says that TVK flouted protocols.
TVK flout rules because you gave permission.
Yes, some of the conditions have been violated. Yes, yeah. No, that investigation will tell you. Okay, right? Yeah.
Case registered against sir.
The case has been registered. The investigation will find out who are all involved in this.
TVK has moved Madras High Court seeking a CBI probe, but so has an injured victim demanding a ban on Vijay's further political campaign in Tamil Nadu. Interestingly, the same Madras High Court had warned TVK before on the overcrowding and its risks. Vijay is also in the dock, as many allege that it was the delay in his scheduled arrival that led to the overcrowding and chaos. 40 lives are lost, many more scarred. Yet, the blame game takes precedence in the poll-bound Tamil Nadu. Vijay, who is looking to contest his first elections and get a foothold, faces a major setback. Vijay is seeking a CBI probe, perhaps looking to prove the entire tragedy as a conspiracy against him. But with a warning, a similar previous instance in Madurai where a man was pushed. Years of experience of being a public figure and a team aware of his popularity, can he really shrug off the responsibility? And as for the party in power, Stalin government cannot skip the blame either.
Here's some more breaking news coming in, viewers. From what we understand, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs L. Murugan will be visiting the hospital at 11 a.m. later on. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV about what is happening next. Now, a lot of political leaders have already visited, I repeat, already visited the Karur. So this is what we see right now, viewers, when Nirmala Sitharaman will be visiting Karur this time around, and so will L. Murugan. L. Murugan, who is currently the Minister of State for Information and Broadcasting and Parliamentary Affairs. Getting some more updates coming in right now, viewers. More breaking news coming in the Karur Stampede. The Madras High Court to hear the petition filed by TVK for a probe in Karur's Stampede. This will happen at 2:30 p.m. today. Remember that already we told you that the TVK had approached, had approached the Madras High Court asking for a probe, an independent probe specifically in the Karur Stampede. So that is what we can expect later on in the day. 2:30 p.m. is the time when this is going to happen. Remember that Justice Aruna Jagdishan, who leads the single-person commission of inquiry constituted by the Tamil Nadu government, has also visited Karur and spoken to the affected people. But at the same time, even though there has been a commission, a small commission, which already has been constituted by the Tamil Nadu government, it looks like the TVK has also gone ahead, approached the Madras High Court and has asked for an probe, specifically an independent probe into the Karur Stampede around 2:30 p.m. That is when that is going to come in, and we'll be getting you all those updates. Let's move ahead right now, viewers. Getting some more updates coming in. 2 days after the violence in UP's Bareilly over religious posters, Chief Minister Yogi has now issued a stern warning against those attempting to disrupt peace, particularly during the festive season, and asserting that any act of anarchy would be met with consequences that future generations would remember. Watch this report.
As riots broke out in Bareilly after Friday prayers, police conducted overnight house-to-house searches to apprehend culprits and arrested a prominent cleric. While the situation is coming back to normal, a large number of police personnel continue to be deployed in the intersections. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has once again issued a warning to those disrupting law and order in the state. Addressing a public meeting in Balampur, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister warned that any act of anarchy would be met with consequences that future generations will remember.
पर्व और त्योहारों के उत्सव और उमंग में अगर कहीं उपद्रव करने का कार्य किया तो ये उपद्रव की कीमत उनको चुकानी पड़ेगी कि आने वाली पीढ़ियां उनकी याद करेंगी कि कैसे होता है, क्या कीमत चुकानी होगी.
CM Yogi also took a jibe at SP and Congress. He stated that time is gone when crime was at its peak and no one was held liable.
वह समय गया जब समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार हुआ करती थी, कांग्रेस की सरकारें हुआ करती थी. ये लोग दंगा करवाते थे, आगजनी करवाते थे, बेटी की सुरक्षा में सेंध लगाते थे, व्यापारी के प्रतिष्ठानों पर आग लगाते थे और सरकार इनका आवभगत करती थी. वह समय अब चला गया है.
CM Yogi also sent out a terse message to those eyeing to create unrest as part of their ulterior motives of Ghazwa-e-Hind.
कुछ लोग रहते भारत में हैं, लेकिन गजवा-ए-हिंद का नारा लेकर के भारत के अंदर राष्ट्र विरोधी गतिविधियों को बढ़ावा देने का कुत्सित कार्य कर रहे हैं. गजवा-ए-हिंद हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर नहीं होगा. भारत की धरती, ये भारत के देवीय महापुरुषों, अवतारी महापुरुषों, देश के लिए अपना बलिदान देने वाले महापुरुषों के आदर्शों से संचालित होगा. गजवा-ए-हिंद की कल्पना करना भी और उसका सपना देखना भी जहन्नुम में जाने का टिकट का रास्ता पैदा कर देगा.
So far, 10 FIRs have been registered in this case, with Maulana Tauqir Raza behind the bars. Officers are constantly on patrol and internet services are suspended in Bareilly till Monday.
पुलिस बड़ी संख्या में तैनात है. अलग अलग चौक चौराहों पर बड़ी संख्या में सुरक्षा बल की मौजूदगी है. कहीं से कोई अनहोनी ना हो, कहीं से कोई अप्रिय घटना न हो, इसका ख्याल रखा जा रहा है. तो पुलिस अपनी तरफ से मोर्चे पर तैनात है। बाजार जो है देखिए, दुकानें सारी खुली हुई हैं और सब लोग अपना काम कर रहे हैं। जैसा कि सीएम योगी ने कहा था कि ना कर्फ्यू लगेगा, ना बंद होगा, ना सिस्टम जाम होगा, सब कुछ चलेगा। कार्रवाई होगी, बंद होंगे तो वो उपद्रवी और गुंडे और दंगाई जो कि अब बंद हैं। करीब अब 8 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी की बात कही जा रही थी। 20 से 25 और लोग हैं, उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया है, ये खबर है। मौलाना तौकीर रज़ा को भी अरेस्ट करके जेल भेज दिया जा गया है। जेल बदल भी दी गई है। इंटरनेट बंद है ताकि कहीं से भी कोई अफवाह फैलाई नहीं जा सके, शांति भंग न हो। तो कानून व्यवस्था को दुरुस्त करने की कोशिश, लगातार लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को दुरुस्त करने की कोशिश जारी है और पुलिसकर्मी बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर मौजूद।
A special investigation committee has been formed to probe the Bareilly protests and stone pelting incidents.
जो 10 FIR पंजीकृत है उसके लिए एक SIT का गठन किया गया है। ये पूरी टीम जो है इसमें गुणवत्तापूर्वक सभी साक्ष्यों को, वैज्ञानिक साक्ष्यों को एकत्र करेगी। जो भी इसमें मोबाइल डिटेल से संबंधित है, सोशल मीडिया का जो दुरुपयोग किया गया है, साथ ही जो वहाँ पर खोखे मिले हैं, बाकी अन्य चीज़ों का जो FSL से रिपोर्ट लेना है, मिलान कराना है, एक गुणवत्तापूर्वक एक वैज्ञानिक विवेचना किए जाने के लिए एक सोशल SIT का गठन किया गया है, जिसमें ये सारी चीज़ें होंगी।
Meanwhile, Bareilly City SP Manush Parekh has confirmed that 15 accused have been arrested in Bareilly violence. Many of the rioters were from outside Bareilly district and have criminal histories. They were possibly summoned through WhatsApp groups.
काफ़ी ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं जो बाहर के रहने वाले हैं, जनपद बरेली के बाहर के हैं और इनके क्रिमिनल हिस्ट्री भी है और ये काफ़ी सारे लोग हैं। आपको इनके जो क्रिमिनल हिस्ट्री है वो शेयर कर दी जाएगी। इसके अंदर ये इनके जितने चैट्स हैं, इनके जितने कम्युनिकेशन के मीडियम हैं, इन सभी की इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है और ये देखा जा रहा है कि किस प्रकार से व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स के माध्यम से इनको बुलाया गया था। ये सभी जैसे जैसे सामने आएगा और आवश्यकता अनुसार ये सभी चीज़ें शेयर की जाएंगी।
The situation still remains sensitive and authorities continue to be vigilant to prevent further unrest.
The curfew in Leh has entered to its 5th day after violent protest over statehood and 6 scheduled demands. The administration is on high alert with heavy security deployment and no relaxation in curfew. 2 Congress councillors and another local leader have also been arrested for their alleged role in the violence. All eyes are now on tomorrow's crucial talks in Delhi, where Ladakh leaders will meet with the Ministry of Home Affairs officials to decide the next course of action.
Five days after the protests, Ladakh is still on the edge. City being snapped, internet still suspended.
It's the 5th day of the curfew that has been imposed in the Leh town after the violence that erupted and claimed more than 4 lives. Many of the people, close to hundreds, have been injured in this tragic incident that has unfolded. And right now, we are reporting from the Namgyal Chowk, which is one of the famous areas of the Leh town. And here, this entire area has been converted into a cantonment. These visuals that we are showing you from the ground zero, that the massive deployment of the Leh police along with the paramilitary forces has been done to ensure that there is no law and order situation that erupts. Yesterday we have seen for the first time in the last 5 days there was a relaxation in the curfew that was given by the authorities, and it has been all peaceful. The people of Leh have rejected the violence. That is one thing that comes very clear. But as a precautionary measure, you will see the deployment of the forces that has been done, the concertina wires, the troops with the anti-riot gears, they all have been placed here.
The city remains under a heavy security blanket. ITBP and riot control forces carrying out flag marches, vehicles being checked thoroughly. Earlier today, Lieutenant Governor Kavindra Gupta has chaired a high-level meeting, discussing the prevailing situation and measures on ground. 2 Congress councillors, Samanla Dorze Nurbu and Futsong Sanze Spark, have been arrested by Leh police along with village Nambardar Rigzing Dorze. All 3 have been sent to police custody and their questioning is underway. Meanwhile, Congress leader and Lok Sabha LOP Rahul Gandhi has stated that Ladakh's culture and traditions are under attack by the BJP and the RSS. He accused BJP of killing 4 young men and jailing Sonam Wangchuk. Rahul demanded to give Ladakh a voice and the 6th schedule. Meanwhile, Sonam Wangchuk's wife have denied Sonam's alleged Pakistan link and have blamed the CRPF for the violence in Ladakh. Now all eyes are on today's meeting in New Delhi. Ladakh leaders will sit across the table with MHA officials to decide the next course.
And viewers, a bunch of coming right up. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP, AIADMK slam DMK for mismanagement. Amit Shah rejects ceasefire offer from Maoists, asks them to lay down their arms.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए. साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को
Getting you some more updates coming in. TVK Chief Vijay seeks CBI or SIT probe into Karur Stampede, moves Madras High Court. Tamil Nadu top cop says that they had asked TVK to change venue for the rally. TVK had flouted many rules. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP, AIADMK slam DMK for mismanagement. The police will interrogate the Molester Baba and will go ahead and take the statements given by the warden and the victims. Amit Shah rejects ceasefire offer from Maoists, asks them to lay down their arms. Viewers, we're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Another shooting incident has emerged from the United States, this time from a coastal town in North Carolina. 3 people were killed At least 8 others were injured when a gunman opened fire from a boat into a crowd gathered at a waterfront bar. Around 30 minutes later, a U.S. Coast Guard crew spotted a suspect matching this description. He was detained and handed over to the police for questioning. Here's more.
A quiet Saturday night turned into chaos in the coastal town of Southport, North Carolina. Around 9:30 p.m., a boat pulled up near the American Fish Company, a popular restaurant along the Yacht Basin, and opened fire on the diners. Police say at least 7 people were shot, including 3 who died on the spot. The injured were rushed to the nearby hospital. According to the eyewitnesses, the boat slowed near the dock before shots rang out. Within seconds, panic erupted and the gunmen sped away along the waterway. The Southport City Administration urged citizens to stay indoors and immediately report suspicious activity to authorities, and also warned the death toll could rise. The Brunswick County Sheriff's Office is assisting local police in manhunt alongside multiple law enforcement agencies. A person of interest is being questioned. Officials have called this attack an active and evolving situation. The US has already seen more than 320 mass shootings this year. Restaurants, bars, schools, and even shopping centers. No public space has been spared. Meanwhile, investigators are trying to piece together why a busy family restaurant was targeted in such a violent attack. For now, residents of Southport remain on the edge as authorities widen the search for the gunmen who brought terror to their waterfront.
Ukraine's capital Kiev has come under one of the most intense Russian assaults since the last war began. In the early hours of Sunday, Russia launched a massive barrage, firing over 600 drones and missiles at targets across the country. It marks one of the largest coordinated attacks of the war, leaving at least 3 people dead and many others injured. Here's more.
Kiev once again woke up to a night of terror, with drones and missiles pounding to the capital. Independent monitors say that this was one of the largest Russian strikes since the war began. At least 3 people were killed and nearly a dozen injured, according to reports. Explosions rocked the city for hours, forcing residents to take shelter deep inside the metro stations. The southern city of Zaporizhia was also targeted, leaving 16 people, including 3 children, wounded. Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha called the attack massive and urged tougher sanctions, saying President Putin must feel the danger of continuing these wars. With residents back in shelters and children among the casualties, the human cost of the conflict only continues to rise.
And getting you some updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. We'll be talking about how Ukraine has faced its biggest aerial assault yet, as Russia has launched nearly 500 drones and over 40 missiles in a 12-hour strike. At least 4 people, including a 12-year-old girl, were killed and more than 40 were injured. Ukrainian President Zelensky called the attacks deliberate terror against ordinary cities, with Kiev and many other regions, including Odessa, among others, the main targets. President Trump will meet the top 4 congressional leaders at the White House on Monday, just a day before the deadline to fund the federal government and avert a shutdown. The talks will bring together House Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, and House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has summoned more than 800 generals, admirals and senior leaders enlisted to a last-minute meeting at Quantico, Virginia. Unprecedented The gathering will take place on Tuesday at the Marine Corps University, where Heck said it will speak on military standards and the so-called warrior ethos. The size and timing of the directive has puzzled defense officials with speculation ranging from cuts to the officer corps to a new national security strategy or even the looming budget stalemate. Authorities in China have completed a rollout of a controversial language reform in the Inner Mongolia area, requiring Mandarin to be the central language of instruction in schools. Under the policy, nearly all subjects, including mathematics, history and politics, all will be now taught in Mandarin, leaving Mongolian reduced to a single language course. Iran is at crossroads after the United Nations reimposed sanctions over its nuclear program. The snapback measures freeze assets, block arms deals and penalizes Tehran's missile development. Inside Parliament, lawmakers condemned the move before meeting behind closed doors to discuss possible retaliation. Options range from quitting the nuclear non-proliferation treaty to speeding up bomb making, with missile sites damaged in June now being rebuilt. Fears are rising of another confrontation involving Israel, Iran and possibly the US. A recent war simulation was highlighted the vulnerabilities in the Taiwan's eastern defense, raising concerns and alarms over China's growing military reach. The tabletop exercise reviewed in Taipei shows that even fortified bases like Tianshene Force Base County could be struck. And we're getting updates at this that the county there could be struck by PLA's submarines and long-range bombers. Experts warn that Taiwan's traditional focus on Western defenses is no longer sufficient. Rapid offensives against Penghu and eastern Taiwan overwhelming the defenders. And tensions are rising as Iran weighs its response to the United Nations decision to reimpose sanctions on its nuclear program. The renewed measures freeze Iranian assets, overseas ban arms deal and target ballistic missile development. Iran's parliament has strongly condemned the move and convened a closed-door session, with reports suggesting lawmakers are considering drastic options, including withdrawal from the nuclear non-proliferation treaty and a possible acceleration of its weapon program.
Iran is weighing its response after the United Nations reimposed sanctions over its nuclear program. Lawmakers denounced the sanctions before entering a closed-door session.
جمهوری اسلامی ایران اجرای اسنپبک و بازگشت قطعنامه‌های تحریمی را غیر قانونی می‌داند و با توجه به اینکه روسیه و چین به عنوان دو کشور دائم شورای امنیت در بیانیه رسمی و در مواضع علنی بر این امر تصریح کرده‌اند، هیچ کشوری الزامی به رعایت آنها ندارد. در همین راستا ایران نیز خود را ملزم به رعایت این قطعنامه‌های غیرقانونی از جمله تعلیق غنیسازی نمی‌داند.
Discussions included withdrawing from the nuclear non-proliferation treaty.
تحریم‌های تعیین شده در این قطعنامه در مقایسه با تحریم‌های آمریکا اهمیت مؤثری ندارد.
Concerns are rising about a potential new confrontation with Israel or even the United States. Sanctions are also deepening economic strain, with Iran's rial falling to a record low of 1.1 million per US dollar, pushing food price higher and affecting daily life across the country.
Getting you much updates coming in. Bengaluru-based co-working major WeWork is set to float its main board IPO worth around rupees 3,000 crore from October 3rd to October 7th. As per the draft papers, the proposed IPO is entirely on offer for sale for up to 4.63 crores equity shares. A promoter group firm, Embassy Buildcon LLP, and investor One Aerial Way Tenant Limited will be the ongoing offloading their shares. India's food processing sector is set for a massive boost after the government signed agreements worth rupees 1.02 lakh crore with 26 domestic and global companies during the World Food India Summit, the 4-day event hosted by the Ministry of Food Processing Industries at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, concluded on September 28th with what officials call one of the largest ever investment announcements in the sector. These MOUs are projected to generate direct employment for over 64,000 people and create indirect opportunities for more than 10 lakh individuals. Indian startup funding continues to pick up pace for the second consecutive week. At the end of September, 28 startups have raised $377.4 million during September 22nd to 27th, making it the highest weekly capital infusion in the Indian startups since June. On a weekly basis, this marked an over 90% jump from $316.6 million raised by startups during September 15 to 20th. Investor interest in the Indian startup ecosystem is expected to continue to rise in the near future, with multiple VC firms announcing closure of their funds this week. Despite recent high-level talks between India and China on ground, business relations remain strained. China continues to hold rare earth magnet import applications while India maintains Press Note 3 and BIS restrictions. Now, this issue significantly impacts Indian auto and electronics companies and forcing them to seek costly alternatives amid slow-moving discussions for normalization. All 51 applications by Indian auto companies to import heavy rare earth magnets remain pending with Beijing. And viewers, move right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. We'll put our focus on what's happening in the action-filled world of sports. Rising shooting star Anushka Thakur has secured her second gold medal by winning the women's 50-meter rifle 3 positions event, while Adrian Karmarkar has now claimed silver in the men's category of the same discipline at the ISSF Junior World Cup held in a reduced field. With its latest podium finishes, India's overall media count has now climbed to 13, comprising of 4 gold, 6 silver and 3 bronze medals. A former Delhi captain Mithun Manhas was now elected as the president of the Board of Control of Cricket in India, alongside other officials, including Secretary Devajit Sakya, during the board's 94th annual general meeting held at the headquarters. At 45, he's become the 37th president of the influential cricketing body, succeeding former India cricketer Roger Binney, who has stepped down last month upon reaching the age of 70. Indian Super League champions Mohun Bagan has now Supergiant have now withdrawn from the AFC Champions League 2 away fixture against Iran's after 6 of the club's foreign players refused to travel due to advisories from their respective countries. Following a meeting with all players and Indian staff, the team reached a decision not to proceed with the trip to Iran for the match. Bangladesh's white ball campaign has suffered a setback, with Liton Kumar Das ruling out of the T20I ODI series against Afghanistan due to back injury. Picked up the injury during training in Dubai on September 22nd and will need at least 3 weeks of recovery, missing the UAE tour. Former Bangladesh left-arm spinner Abdul Razak has resigned from his role as a national selector to contest in the upcoming Bangladesh Cricket Board elections. 43-year-old filed his nomination on October 6th, seeking to run as a director candidate from the Khulna division. Razak, whose international career spanned 14 years, represented Bangladesh in 13 tests, 153 ODIs and 34 T20Is. Coco Gauff edged past Leila Fernandez 6-4, 4-6, 6-7, 7-5 to reach the third round of the China Open. The French Open champion became a shaky second set and sealed the win with a late break in the decider. She will next face either Belinda Bencic or Priscilla Hon. Toronto FC held Lionel Messi's Inter Miami to a 1-1 draw at the BMO Field. And this is coming in as we saw that Mihailovic has scored a second half equalizer to extend TFC's unbeaten run to 7. We see that Tadeo had earlier put Miami ahead before half-time, but goalkeeper Sean Johnson's key saves kept Messi off the score sheet. Home Minister Amit Shah has rejected the ceasefire offer given by Maoists, saying that if the extremists want to surrender and lay down their arms, they are most welcome to do so, and security forces would not fire a single bullet on them. Here's more.
मोदी सरकार ने संवाद, सुरक्षा और समन्वय तीनों पहलू पर काम करने की शुरुआत की और आज नतीजा ये है कि मैं विश्वास के साथ इतने बड़े फोरम में कह सकता हूं 31/3/26 को इस देश में से हथियारी नक्सलवाद समाप्त, 14 के बाद सरकार के अभियानों का, सरकार के कार्यक्रमों का, सरकार के आयोजन का स्टीयरिंग भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय के पास है। ये बहुत बड़ा नीतिगत परिवर्तन हुआ और वो परिवर्तन के कारण ही ये परिणाम मिला। स्कैटर्ड अप्रोच की जगह यूनिफाइड और रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी को अपनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया और मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं है रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी पर शब्द प्रयोग करने में। हमारी सरकार की नीति है जो हथियार छोड़कर सरेंडर होकर आना चाहते हैं उनके लिए रेड कारपेट है। आइए भाई, आपका स्वागत है, आप मार्ग भूले हुए हमारे ही लोग हो। और सबसे अच्छा ल्यूकरेटिव सरेंडर पॉलिसी विजय जी बैठे हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने बनाया है, भारत सरकार ने बनाया है। सबका स्वागत है, हथियार छोड़ दीजिए। आज भी मैं कहता हूं हम किसी को मारना नहीं चाहते, मगर आप हथियार में लेकर निर्दोष आदिवासियों को मारना चाहते हैं तो मेरी सरकार का धर्म है इनको बचाना और आपका सामना।
And getting you some more bits coming in right now, viewers. On the other side, we'll track the stampede in Karur. Political blame game begins in the Karur stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP, AIDMK slam the DMK for mismanagement. And Amit Shah rejects ceasefire offer from Maoists, asks them to lay down their arms. Stay tuned, viewers. We're live this morning.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या जहां नए रंग पुराने दोस्तों जैसे लगते हैं। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः कि जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी MSME से लघु उद्योग हो,
मोदी सरकार ने संवाद, सुरक्षा और समन्वय तीनों पहलू पर काम करने की शुरुआत की और आज नतीजा ये है कि मैं विश्वास के साथ इतने बड़े फोरम में कह सकता हूं 31/3/26 को इस देश में से हथियारी नक्सलवाद समाप्त। 14 के बाद सरकार के अभियानों का, सरकार के कार्यक्रमों का, सरकार के आयोजन का स्टीयरिंग भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय के पास है। ये बहुत बड़ा नीतिगत परिवर्तन हुआ और वो परिवर्तन के कारण ही ये परिणाम मिला। स्कैटर्ड अप्रोच की जगह यूनिफाइड और रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी को अपनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया और मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं है रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी पर शब्द प्रयोग करने में। हमारी सरकार की नीति है जो हथियार छोड़कर सरेंडर होकर आना चाहते हैं उनके लिए रेड कारपेट है। आइए भाई, आपका स्वागत है, आप मार्ग भूले हुए हमारे ही लोग हो। और सबसे अच्छा ल्यूकरेटिव सरेंडर पॉलिसी विजय जी बैठे हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने बनाया है, भारत सरकार ने बनाया है। सबका स्वागत है, हथियार छोड़ दीजिए। आज भी मैं कहता हूं, हम किसी को मारना नहीं चाहते, मगर आप हथियार में लेकर निर्दोष आदिवासियों को मारना चाहते हैं तो मेरी सरकार का धर्म है इनको बचाना और आपका सामना।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. We continue our focus on the Stampede at Karur, where 40 people have been killed. A blame game continues over who was responsible and what were the circumstances that led to the tragedy. The blame game is continuing. Politics over the Stampede is continuing. We'll get you all the updates on that big story and much more in the next 1 hour. Let's first take a look at the headlines that we are tracking at this hour. TVK Chief Vijay seeks CBI or SIT probe into Karur Stampede, moves Madras High Court. Tamil Nadu top cop says they had asked TVK to change the venue for the rally. TVK had flouted many rules. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP AIADMK slammed DMK for mismanagement. Police will interrogate the Molester Baba and will corroborate the statement given by the warden and victims. And Amit Shah rejects ceasefire offer from the Maoists, asks them to lay down arms. We have big breaking news coming in from Bangladesh, where conflict has spread in tribal-dominated hilly region and 3 people have been killed. The tensions are spread now over the alleged rape of a tribal schoolgirl. A group called Jumu students held a protest against the rape and clashes broke out between the tribal and the Bengalis there. The Bangladesh government has banned and blocked all the rally and movement in the area. Tensions remain high in the area. The army and the police have been deployed. So conflict is spreading in a tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh. 3 people have been killed, and this time tension spread over the alleged rape of a tribal schoolgirl. And in protest, a group called Jumu students held a protest against the rape. And during this, clashes broke out between the tribals and the Bengalis. So tensions continue to remain high in the area. The army and police have been deployed. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Home Affairs has expressed deep sorrow over the incident in which 3 Hill people were killed and 13 army personnel, including a major and 3 policemen, have been injured in the attack. And the ministry has also assured that the legal action will be taken against those who are involved in this incident after an investigation very soon. And the ministry says no culprit will be spread. And until then, the ministry has requested all the concerned people to remain patient and calm. And local media reports said that tension spread over the alleged rape of a tribal schoolgirl. All right, Mr. Prashant Ashil, senior journalist and geopolitical expert, is joining us live from Bangladesh. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. So how do you see the unrest in Bangladesh? You know, just when we thought that things are getting back to normal, another protest happens over an alleged rape and, tensions, flare up once again. How do you look at the situation in Bangladesh? Do you think the unrest is yet to die down?
Yes, you said rightly, especially the last what happened in Khagrachori. You know that the Khagrachori is from a hilly area from Bangladesh, in the 3 hilly areas, especially Rangamati, Bandarban and Khagrachori. And their location is close to the Indian Mizoram and a very close border sharing from Mizoram and also some border from Tripura. Especially Mizoram, the very close border. And very unfortunately see that the 3 people died at that kind of clash. But what the behind reason you see in the present unrest situation in the hilly area? What the behind reason? We see that there is some actually geopolitical interest, and another is a conflict of ethnicity from there. That is a differentiate between the Bengali or Bangladeshi people versus the tribe people. So that is one kind of phenomenological ground from that kind of clash. But unfortunately, our law and order situation authority, they can actually one kind of LID or blame that only the UPDF. You know that the UPDF is one kind of front from the tribe groups, that is United People Democratic Front. So they can blame our ISP last night. They can blame that the whole incident, the main culprit will be they can decided that UPDF. But I'm very unfortunate for that. Why they can blame from one-sided statement? This is a one-sided statement for the UPDF when you can just main victim or main conflict for this from that kind of incident or clash. So you have polarized, or you have from very sophisticated from one standard, and that you cannot grasp the main issue and main focal for the incident. You see that the hill is all-time the very crucial point for the any other country, especially look in Bangladesh. But in hill area, you know that there's a lots of time, there's a clash between the Bangladeshi versus the origin of the tribe people. So why the reasons? You have to settle down, and the conflict is begun. We all know that from the newspaper and other media. This is from very crystal clear, the rape case, and that the rape case is the one kind of issues, and that under the rape case, the one there's the local platform, that is Jumma platform, Jumma Chhatra Samaj, and they have in a protest from this the rape case, and they have come from the road, and that some vandalizing issues, the local something here. But why the law enforcement authority are there very several nearest distance? But why the reason you have to do that kind of clash between the local Bangladeshi versus the tribe? So the law and order, I think my observation, law and order from this the Guimar and also in Khagrachuri, there's completely actually a failure for that kind of a clash between from that. That's why we see that at least 3 kills. But all we know that there's a lots of injured are there. 20 plus people are seriously injured from that kind of clash and anti-clash. And you see that the motive actually in the hill versus in the local Bangladesh is not from a very good symptom and good sign for that, because we all are the thing people, all of the here from the Bangladesh and Bangladeshi. So if you treat it, you are the hilly area, that is you are in.
But Mr. Shil, it's a very important question. As far as the government of Bangladesh is concerned, how much faith you think you really have on the new government of Bangladesh? As far as, do you think the weakened position of the government or the legitimacy questions as far as, would limit its ability to manage the crisis?
Yes, definitely. I think it's very simple. You can just resolve the problem. Who are the victim of the this kind of incident? The cases come from the already rape case. You can just solve who are the trusser, who are the main accused person. You can just caught and just case fire and that's to complete in legal action. But you can do from the clash between between the Bangladeshi versus the settler. They can call in the local tribe people call the Bangladeshi are here from in this hill area. They are the settlers. But why you can raise that kind of conflict from unnecessary conflict? I mentioned that unnecessary conflict from that kind of incident. This is very simply you can navigate and escalate this kind of problem very simply way. But why you can just take 144 emergency section and that the total area, especially in Guimar area and the surrounding area, why you can just give and emphasize the clash between the two rival groups, Bangladeshi versus the tribe groups? I think is a very negligence issue. One kind of law and order situation is completely failure, and the handling how we can just handle the issues very promptly. So that kind of issues actually is a total failure, total complete failure.
Absolutely. So there's a huge risk that this local conflict would escalate into broader unrest and maybe become a rallying point for the opposition forces there. Thank you so much, Mr. Shil, for joining us and sharing your insights on that big story from Bangladesh. Thank you so much. All right, let's shift gears and talk about the Karur Stampede, and 40 people, including 9 children, remember, were killed in the Stampede during the rally of TVK chief Vijay. The actor turned politician had a clear warning from the Madras High Court last month, and Vijay, however, now has moved the Madras High Court seeking an independent probe into the Stampede. Watch this report.
At least 40 innocent lives lost. Families shattered in seconds. Karur reels under the weight of deadly tragedy. 16 women, including 9 children, were among the victims.
Over 39 dead and 51 injured and still in critical condition in the Karur government hospital after the TVK political campaign was held last night here in this district. TVK leader Vijay was supposed to come here at 12 noon but only reached the place at 7 p.m. causing distress among the crowd, with over 15,000 people waiting for him throughout the day, with over many fainting, over dizziness with no food and water throughout the day. Over 10 were admitted during the day yesterday, and also after Vijay arrived in Karur at 7 p.m. over 100 people were injured in the stampede-like situation that was formed after actor Vijay arrived at the location of his political campaign. Also following that, when the actor left after his campaign, the stampede continued to happen around the 1,000 square meter where the leader was, and also after he left, around the police tried to move them around and figured that over 100 people were injured in the stampede and were immediately brought to the Karur government hospital and other private hospitals around the area. Now, almost 39 people have died in this particular stampede and 51 continues to be in the hospital taking treatment.
The incident unfolded at TVK rally in Karur last night, where around 30,000 people were gathered. Actor turned politician Vijay was scheduled to address the crowd at around 12 p.m, but his arrival was delayed by nearly 6 hours. The restless gathering swelled in anticipation. And at around 7:45 p.m, a sudden power cut plunged the venue into darkness, triggering confusion and panic. In that chaos, thousands surged towards the stage barricades. Many collapsed from suffocation, while others fell in the rush.
In all these places, only thing is the crowd that is coming behind the vehicle and also joining the place where the meeting is happening. So this is actually intensifying at that point of time. Everybody wants to see their leader, and they are pushing towards the vehicle. There are a lot of youngsters who are not even willing to listen to anybody, even to the volunteers, the bouncers, whomever they bring them. That's the thing. See, this is actually after the leader started speaking. After he started speaking, then some people have become, the push has gone very close to the vehicle. That's the time probably. No, because this is something which have to be investigated, which the commission has to find out. So we can't say much about it.
The delay in medical assistance meant timely treatment could not reach several of those injured. As children and women fainted, Vijay was seen pleading with the police and volunteers to rescue a missing 9-year-old girl. Hours after the stampede, Vijay was spotted leaving for the airport without visiting the victims or making any public statement. This is not the first time stampede situation occurred in TVK rally. A month ago, Madras High Court had warned of possible fatalities at Vijay's rally if safety lapses continued. The court had then asked the DMK-led government who would take responsibility if lives were lost, and ordered uniform safety rules for political gatherings across parties. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has appointed a commission, headed by Arugna Jagadesan, to probe the deadly stampede. She has visited the stampede spot to probe the tragedy. Meanwhile, Vijay has moved Madras High Court and seeks CBI or SIT probe into the stampede.
And following the tragic stampede in Karur that claimed 40 lives, now a political blame game has commenced in Tamil Nadu. The state's governor has sought an explanation from the chief minister about the venue chosen for the TV case campaign. And this comes as AIDMK General Secretary E. Palaniswamy has criticized the police for alleged bias in security deployment at political events. And amid the political fallout, the TVK party has approached the Madras High Court seeking an independent probe into the stampede. Watch this report.
As the crowd swelled in Karur during Vijay's rally, some of them started suffocating and fainting. A 9-year-old went missing. When the situation went out of control, Vijay left the venue. A day later, the blame game has begun. TVK alleges that there was a power cut which led to the stampede.
Tamaraga Vetrikaragam TVK leader Vijay, the actor turned politician, had come for his political rally in Karur district. This was his third weekend political rally that the actor had come up with, and this road saw the end to it. All you see here is the slippers of the people who had come here yesterday. Over 25,000 people were here on the same road that you're seeing right now. Very narrow roads, very small place. But how did it capture 25,000 people? This is the mishap where it exactly happened. The roads, the hearts are broken. The stampede, the tragedy, which brings a shame to the entire state of Tamil Nadu. Ever in the state of Tamil Nadu, this is the first time that a political rally has costed a life of almost 40 people, including 9 children. This is the tree which was broken during the stampede, and this was the hut, and that was the shelter that broken down. And you can also see the shop that my Vijay Nandakumar is showing, where the entire situation unfolded. This was the only speaker that Vijay was allowed to speak on, wherever he was speaking. This is the only speaker where his voice would be heard for the public. And this was costed because of the electronic shutdown, the power shutdown that was in the place just 30 minutes before the actor turned politician had come here.
But the DMK says it was due to security concerns. AIADMK alleges lack of security.
EVK கூட்டம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு இந்த கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகின்ற பொழுதே முன்னெச்சரிக்கை நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இதற்கு முன்பு இதே கட்சி டிவிகே கட்சி 4 மாவட்டத்தில் அவருடைய தேர்தல் பிரச்சார கூட்டத்தை நடத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த 4 கூட்டத்திலும் எப்படி மக்கள் கலந்து கொள்கிறார்கள், எப்படிப்பட்ட நிலைமை என்பதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு செய்து அதற்கு ஏற்றவாறு முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு கொடுத்திருக்க வேண்டும் அரசாங்கம், காவல்துறை. அதேபோல அந்த பாதுகாப்பு குறைபாடுகள் இருப்பதாக தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. ஏற்கனவே நடந்த மாவட்டத்தில் நடந்த டிவிகே அந்த பிரச்சார கூட்டத்திலும் முழுமையான பாதுகாப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக தெரியவில்லை. இதெல்லாம் தொலைக்காட்சியில் பார்த்தால் நான் இதை குறிப்பிடுகிறேன்.
The BJP is hitting out at government for failing to provide adequate security.
When the state police says 500 people were deployed, we don't believe that. The real ground level policemen were less than 100 in number. The remaining 400 were technical staff. The riot police, the bomb dispersal squad, those kind of police. So inadequate deployment of police force, all these factors have contributed. The local administration's failure has contributed to episode of this nature where 40 people have lost their life. People has got every right to go and watch anybody. The government has to give adequate security to them. Organizers have got every right to ask for a place. It is for the government to judiciously give them a place. Here, the government failed in its responsibility as a honest broker.
The police says that TVK flouted protocols.
TVK flouted rules because you gave permission.
Yes, some of the conditions have been violated. Yes, yeah. No, that investigation will tell you. Okay, right? Yeah.
Case registered against sir.
The case has been registered. The investigation will find out who are all involved in this.
TVK has moved Madras High Court seeking a CBI probe, but so has an injured victim demanding a ban on Vijay's further political campaign in Tamil Nadu. Interestingly, the same Madras High Court had warned TVK before on the overcrowding and its risks. Vijay is also in the dock, as many allege that it was the delay in his scheduled arrival that led to the overcrowding and chaos. 40 lives are lost, many more scarred. Yet, the blame game takes precedence in the poll-bound Tamil Nadu. Vijay, who is looking to contest his first elections and get a foothold, faces a major setback. Vijay is seeking a CBI probe, perhaps looking to prove the entire tragedy as a conspiracy against him. But with a warning, a similar previous instance in Madurai where a man was pushed. Years of experience of being a public figure and a team aware of his popularity, can he really shrug off the responsibility? And as for the party in power, Stalin government cannot skip the blame either.
On to some other news, Home Minister Amit Shah has rejected the Maoist ceasefire offer, saying that there will be no talks with the armed groups. But he added that if they surrender and lay down arms, not a single bullet will be fired at them. Take a look at this report.
मोदी सरकार ने संवाद, सुरक्षा और समन्वय तीनों पहलू पर काम करने की शुरुआत की और आज नतीजा ये है कि मैं विश्वास के साथ इतने बड़े फोरम में कह सकता हूं 31/3/26 को इस देश में से हथियारी नक्सलवाद समाप्त, 14 के बाद सरकार के अभियानों का, सरकार के कार्यक्रमों का, सरकार के आयोजन का स्टीयरिंग भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय के पास है। ये बहुत बड़ा नीतिगत परिवर्तन हुआ और वो परिवर्तन के कारण ही ये परिणाम मिला। स्कैटर्ड अप्रोच की जगह यूनिफाइड और रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी को अपनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया और मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं है रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी पर शब्द प्रयोग करने में। हमारी सरकार की नीति है जो हथियार छोड़कर सरेंडर होकर आना चाहते हैं उनके लिए रेड कारपेट है। आइए भाई, आपका स्वागत है, आप मार्ग भूले हुए हमारे ही लोग हो। और सबसे अच्छा ल्यूकरेटिव सरेंडर पॉलिसी विजय जी बैठे हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने बनाया है, भारत सरकार ने बनाया है। सबका स्वागत है, हथियार छोड़ दीजिए। आए, आज भी मैं कहता हूं, हम किसी को मारना नहीं चाहते, मगर आप हथियार में लेकर निर्दोष आदिवासियों को मारना चाहते हैं तो मेरी सरकार का धर्म है इनको बचाना और आपका सामना।
Viewers, it's time to take a short break. We continue our focus on the Karur Stampede. TVK Chief Vijay has sought a CBI or a SIT probe into the Stampede, and he has moved the Madras High Court.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Our pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, everyday.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MD
एमडीएच की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला एमडीएच मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा,
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा,
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने।
TVK Chief Vijay seeks CBI or SIT probe into Karur Stampede, moves Madras High Court. Tamil Nadu top cop says they had asked TVK to change the venue for the rally. TVK had flouted many rules. Political blame game begins over Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP AIADMK slammed DMK for mismanagement. Police will interrogate the Molester Baba and will corroborate the statement given by the warden and victims. And Amit Shah rejects a ceasefire offer from Maoists, asks them to lay down arms. We have breaking news coming in. The CID has launched a fresh probe into event manager Shyam Kanu Mahanta, already under investigation in connection with singer Zubeen Garg's death. And this time the focus is on alleged financial crimes, including money laundering and illegal property acquisition. Now, official documents reveal that the CID seized bundles of incriminating materials during raids at Mahanta's residence on Thursday and Friday. And notably, Shyam Kanu is the younger brother of former DGP Bhaskar Jyoti Mahanta, who currently serves as the Assam's Chief Information Commissioner. So, Zubeen Garg, remember, died on 19th of September while swimming in the sea in Singapore. And the official autopsy said that the drowning was the cause of the death. But following multiple FIRs, the Assam Chief Minister directed the CID to take over the investigation, and a 10-member SIT has been formed to investigate the circumstances surrounding Zubeen Garg's death. And now the CID has launched a fresh probe into the event manager in the case. All right, let's get to some international news. Another shooting incident has emerged from the United States, and this time from a coastal town in North Carolina. 3 people were killed and at least 8 others were injured when a gunman opened fire from a boat into a crowd gathered at a waterfront bar. And around 30 minutes later, a U.S. Coast Guard crew spotted a suspect matching the description. He was detained and handed over to the police for questioning. Here are the details.
A quiet Saturday night turned into chaos in the coastal town of Southport, North Carolina. Around 9:30 p.m., a boat pulled up near the American Fish Company, a popular restaurant along the Yacht Basin, and opened fire on the diners. Police say at least 7 people were shot, including 3 who died on the spot. The injured were rushed to the nearby hospital. According to the eyewitnesses, the boat slowed near the dock before shots rang out. Within seconds, panic erupted and the gunmen sped away along the waterway. The Southport City Administration urged citizens to stay indoors and immediately report suspicious activity to authorities, and also warned the death toll could rise. The Brunswick County Sheriff's Office is assisting local police in manhunt alongside multiple law enforcement agencies. A person of interest is being questioned. Officials have called this attack an active and evolving situation. The US has already seen more than 320 mass shootings this year. Restaurants, bars, schools, and even shopping centers, no public space has been spared. Meanwhile, investigators are trying to piece together why a busy family restaurant was targeted in such a violent attack. For now, residents of Southport remain on the edge as authorities widen the search for the gunmen who brought terror to their waterfront.
And more international news, Ukraine's capital Kiev has come under one of the most intense Russian assaults since the war began. In the early hours of Sunday, Russia launched a massive barrage, firing over 600 drones and missiles at targets across the country. And this marks one of the largest coordinated attacks of the war, leaving at least 3 people dead and several others injured. Rather updates.
Kiev once again woke up to a night of terror, with drones and missiles pounding to the capital. Independent monitors say that this was one of the largest Russian strikes since the war began. At least 3 people were killed and nearly a dozen injured, according to reports. Explosions rocked the city for hours, forcing residents to take shelter deep inside the metro stations. The southern city of Zaporizhia was also targeted, leaving 16 people, including 3 children, wounded. Ukraine's foreign minister, Andriy Sybiha, called the attack massive and urged tougher sanctions, saying President Putin must feel the danger of continuing these wars. With residents back in shelters and children among the casualties, the human cost of the conflict only continues to rise.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Punjab government has unveiled a comprehensive and ambitious information, education and communication plan for crop residue management as part of its move to address the pressing concern of stubble burning in the state. It held a special awareness and a support camp to curb stubble burning on Sunday with a dedicated control room set up for real-time monitoring. India's 9th Asia Cup title, following a 5-wicket win over arch rivals Pakistan in a thrilling final on Sunday, drew massive cheers from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. With reference to Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister Modi said in a post on X, Operation Sindoor on the games field, the outcome is the same. India wins. Congrats to our cricketers. Chennai police received a phone call on Sunday claiming that a bomb had been planted at the ECR Neelankarai residence of TVK chief and actor Vijay. Following the alert, police personnel rushed to the actor's residence and a bomb disposal squad was deployed. The threat turned out to be a hoax. And here is a wrap of all the big international news. Here is our international wrap. Ukraine faced its biggest aerial assault yet as Russia launched nearly 600 drones and over 40 missiles in a 12-hour strike. At least 4 people, including a 12-year-old girl, were killed and more than 40 others were injured. Ukrainian President Zelensky called the attacks a deliberate terror against ordinary cities, with Kiev and several other regions among the main targets. US President Donald Trump will meet the top 4 congressional leaders at the White House on Monday, just a day before the deadline to fund the federal government and avert a shutdown. The talks will bring together House Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. US Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has summoned more than 800 generals, admirals and senior enlisted leaders to a last-minute meeting at Quantico in Virginia. The unprecedented gathering will take place on Tuesday at the Marine Corps University, where Hegseth will speak on military standards and the so-called warrior ethos. The size and the timing of the directive has puzzled the defense officials, with speculation ranging from cuts to the officer corps to a new national security strategy or even the looming budget stalemate. Authorities in China have completed a rollout of a controversial language reform in Inner Mongolia, requiring Mandarin to be the central language of instruction in schools. Under the policy, nearly all the subjects, including mathematics, history and politics, will have to be now taught in Mandarin, leaving Mongolian reduced to a single language course. Iran is at a crossroads after the United Nations reimposed sanctions over its nuclear program. The snapback measures freeze assets, block arms deals and penalize Tehran's missile development. Inside Parliament, lawmakers condemned the move before meeting behind closed doors to discuss possible retaliations. Options ranging from quitting the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty to speeding up bomb making. With missile sites damaged in June now being rebuilt, fears are rising of another confrontation involving Israel, Iran and possibly the United States. A recent war simulation has highlighted vulnerabilities in Taiwan's eastern defenses, raising alarms over China's growing military reach. The tabletop exercise reviewed in Taipei showed that even fortified bases like the Chiashan Air Force Base could be struck by the PLA's submarines and long-range bombers. Experts warn that Taiwan's traditional focus on western defenses is no longer sufficient, with the rapid offensives against Penghu and eastern Taiwan overwhelming defenders. Well, tensions are rising as Iran weighs its response to the United Nations decision to reimpose sanctions on its nuclear program. The renewed measures freeze the Iranian assets overseas, also ban the arms deals and target ballistic missile development as well. Now, Iran's parliament has strongly condemned the move and has convened a closed-door meeting session with reports suggesting that lawmakers are now considering drastic options, including withdrawal from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and also a possible acceleration of its weapons program. Take a look at this report.
Iran is weighing its response after the United Nations reimposed sanctions over its nuclear program. Lawmakers denounced the sanctions before entering a closed-door session.
جمهوری اسلامی ایران اجرای اسنپبک و بازگشت قطعنامه‌های تحریمی را غیر قانونی می‌داند و با توجه به اینکه روسیه و چین به عنوان دو کشور دائم شورای امنیت در بیانیه رسمی و در مواضع علنی بر این امر تصریح کرده‌اند، هیچ کشوری الزامی به رعایت آنها ندارد. در همین راستا ایران نیز خود را ملزم به رعایت این قطعنامه‌های غیرقانونی از جمله تعلیق غنیسازی نمی‌داند.
Discussions included withdrawing from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty.
تحریم‌های تعیین شده در این قطعنامه در مقایسه با تحریم‌های آمریکا اهمیت مؤثری ندارد.
Concerns are rising about a potential new confrontation with Israel or even the United States. Sanctions are also deepening economic strain, with Iran's rial falling to a record low of 1.1 million per US dollar, pushing food price higher and affecting daily life across the country.
And back home, the Election Commission has been in the eye of opposition storm for the last 3 months over the special intensive revision, that is the SIR, of the electoral rolls in the state of Bihar. Well, the issue has reached from the smallest of the villages in the state to the Supreme Court, and ultimately the exercise is over. And the final electoral roll is set to be released on September 30th, and that is a Tuesday. And now we are looking at the brass tracks. The full Election Commission is going to be in Patna, this week to assess the preparedness of the poll machinery. And then we would know the dates. Bihar is ready to roll. Take a look.
The date is set for the next Bihar Assembly. It has to be formed before 22nd of November, the day the term of present House expires. And this coming week, we would know the dates of the polling and the day of Bihar results. For the full Election Commission, led by its chief Gyanesh Kumar, is set to visit Patna to take stock of the ground situation this week. The chief election commissioner has been a target of some opposition attacks over the issue of SIR.
कई लाख वोटरों का अगर नाम काट दोगे तो ये चलने वाला नहीं है। हम लोग चुप बैठने वाले नहीं हैं। ये आप वोटर का केवल अधिकार ही नहीं छीन रहे, उसका अस्तित्व मिटा रहे हैं।
But the Election Commission stood its ground and completed the process in time for the polling process to kick in.
ये आरोप को मैं सिरे से इसीलिए खारिज करता हूं कि चुनाव आयोग पर उनका आरोप है। मैं राज्यसभा में था, तीन ECI जो हैं वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के मेंबर हो चुके हैं, लेकिन हमने कभी सवाल नहीं उठाया। हर बार चुनाव में अपनी गलत नीतियों की वजह से वो हारते हैं। ये वोट चोरी नहीं है।
They are trying their best to build a narrative in respect of the SIR, but that is over. SIR has been fully examined by the Honorable Supreme Court of India, so SIR is no issue at all. They are trying. That's why they left this issue. Now they have come on the ECB reservation.
The new electoral rolls, as per the SIR, are set to be released by the 30th of September, paving the way for announcement of dates, which is likely to happen after Dussehra, but before Diwali.
चुनाव आयोग से हमें कोई शिकायत नहीं। हमने वो दौर भी देखा है जब डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट किसी राज्य का ऑल इंडिया का ECI बन जाता था, और ख़ास तौर से बिहार और ईस्टर्न यूपी जैसे राज्यों में और अन्य राज्यों में बूथ कैप्चर होते थे और हम लोग धरने पे बैठा करते थे एंड विद नो सॉल्यूशन। अब EVM आया जिससे बूथ कैप्चरिंग बंद हो गई। EVM पर भी हमारे कांग्रेस के मित्र एतराज़ करने लगे। अब उन्होंने वोट चोरी का लगा दिया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहता है SIR में अगर कोई गड़बड़ी होगी तो पूरी प्रक्रिया को दोबारा करा देंगे, लेकिन जो नेता प्रतिपक्ष हैं और उनकी पार्टी है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इंस्ट्रक्शंस को भी मानने को तैयार नहीं है।
And the stage is set for the dance of democracy in Bihar.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का संगठन जो है वो 24 घंटा 24/7 काम करता है। हम वो स्टूडेंट नहीं हैं कि इलेक्शन एग्ज़ाम आने पे तैयारी करें। हम साल भर मेहनत करते हैं।
What are the issues? The agenda of alliances.
बिहार में ही नहीं, देश में घुसपैठिया एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। इससे इतर नहीं हो सकते। ये सिर्फ भारत की समस्या नहीं है, ये गजबाए हिंद नहीं, ये गजबाए इस्लाम है जो पूरे विश्व में बीमारी की तरफ फैल रहा है। बिहार हो चाहे देश हो, एक भी घुसपैठिया नहीं छोड़ेंगे। चुन चुन के पकड़ पकड़ के निकालेंगे उन्हें।
अभी ये राहुल बाबा यात्रा कर गए ना भाई। यात्रा का विषय क्या था उनका बताओ तो जरा। अरे यार, वोट चोरी नहीं था। यात्रा का विषय था जो बांग्लादेश से घुसपैठिए आए हैं उनको बचाने का विषय था।
The opposition, however, sees a self-goal in this BJP position. Listen to Mrityunjay Tiwari of RJD.
बिहार में एनडीए और भाजपा अपनी हार निश्चित देख करके घुसपैठिए का सवाल खड़े करके सेल्फ गोल कर रही है और अपनी ही नाकामी को उजागर कर रही है। 11 वर्षों से केंद्र में इनकी सरकार है 11 वर्षों में इन्होंने घुसपैठिए को घुसाया और जब जब चुनाव आता है तो ये घुसपैठिए का मुद्दा उठाते हैं।
Alok hits back, bringing in indie bloc's appeasement politics.
देखिए, हमारा विपक्ष जो है वो एक फेक नैरेटिव लेके चल रहा है। वो कहता है संविधान की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, लेकिन इसी गांधी मैदान में शरीयत के लिए गला कटवा लेंगे। जो कानून बना वक्त पे उसको उठा के कूड़ेदान में फेंक देंगे, मतलब संविधान को कूड़ेदान में फेंक देंगे। इंदिरा गांधी ने इमरजेंसी लगाई थी तो यही लालू यादव कहते थे इंदिरा ने संविधान को ताक पे रख दिया। ये सब परिवारवादी अपना अस्तित्व बचाने की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं।
Then there is a new face in Bihar politics. Prashant Kishore-led Jan Suraj Party.
Last 40 years, Bihar has been constantly at the bottom of the pyramid at the national stage. We have been known as the Pichhada state for such a long time. The people who reigned over Bihar and people of Bihar, they do not have the real intention or the capacity to bring a lasting change in Bihar.
Veteran Tyagi disagrees.
2005 में नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की पहली सरकार बनी थी। अब नई पीढ़ी को बताने में दिक्कत है, पुरानी पीढ़ी जानती है 15 सालों तक किस तरह का आरजेडी का शासनकाल रहा। जो मैरिन ड्राइव है मुंबई का, उससे 10 गुना ज़्यादा भीड़ पटना के मैरिन ड्राइव पर है, जहां कम उम्र के 10,000 लड़के लड़कियां शाम को घूमते हैं। दिस इज द लिमिट, दिस इज द हाइट ऑफ द गुड गवर्नेंस ऑफ नीतीश गवर्नमेंट।
Jan Suraj dismisses the development pitch, calling palayan or migration of youth as the biggest agenda this election.
Young people from Bihar are leaving for small jobs, jobs which give them not more than 10,000, 12,000 rupees. And that is one reason why the people from Bihar are being abused at different places in different states. People who have ruled Bihar for the last 40 years, they are all responsible for this continuous backwardness of Bihar.
BJP dumps Jan Suraj as a distraction, however.
चुनाव जब आते हैं तो हम लोग कहते हैं फफूंदी बिहार में, अंग्रेजी में मशरूम। तो पॉलिटिकल मशरूमिंग बहुत होती है। पिछले बार भी हुई थी 2020 में प्लूरल्स में, इस बार जन स्वराज की हुई है पॉलिटिकल मशरूमिंग। लोकतंत्र में सबको अधिकार है हुकूमत मुत्ता बनना।
With the agenda set, who would be the chief minister face from both sides?
जो भी सहयोगी हैं, अगुवाई बिहार चुनाव में राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ही करती है, इसमें कहाँ कोई शक है। तेजस्वी यादव जी ड्राइविंग सीट पर है, राष्ट्रीय जनता दल बिहार में बड़े भाई की भूमिका में है।
देखिए, अक्सर बात होती है विथ नो सीएम फेस, नो सीएम फेस। कैसे सीएम फेस नहीं है भाई? हमारा मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार हैं, उनके नेतृत्व में हम चुनाव लड़ने जा रहे हैं, उसमें दिक्कत कहाँ है?
But Tiwari takes pot shots at the leadership of Nitish.
सिर्फ फुटबॉल एनडीए में है, जहां आदरणीय श्री नीतीश कुमार जी को किसी भी बीजेपी के बड़े नेता ने, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री, आदरणीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने ये नहीं कहा है कि चुनाव के बाद भी मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी होंगे, नेतृत्व में लड़ेंगे। ये सब जानते हैं कि नीतीश जी को बीजेपी चुनाव बाद हटाएगी।
Alok retorts.
हमारे जो अलाइज है, चाहे चिराग पासवान, जीतन राम मांझी, भूपेंद्र कुशवाहा, जेडीयू और बीजेपी, ये 5 उंगलियां हैं, 5 पांडव, ये मिल के मुक्का बनते हैं। कोई सीट कन्फ्यूजन नहीं है, कुछ नहीं। चुनाव की घोषणा होने दीजिए, उसके 2 दिन के बाद सारे सीट फॉर्मेशंस की घोषणा हो जाएगी।
NDA also has LJP of Chirag Paswan, which believes they should get their fair share to contest.
To form the government of NDA, and for formation, the second criteria, the solo criteria, should be winnability of the candidate. And that we are discussing. So no pressure tactics.
Is that going to affect the incumbent NDA's fortunes? This jostling for seats to contest.
पिछली बार से कम 200 सीटें हम लोग पार करेंगे। उसका कारण समझिए क्या है। पिछली बार जेडीयू और बीजेपी का अलायंस था, इस बार हमारा जो गठबंधन है वो इंटैक्ट है, लिहाजा हम पहले भी कमी पूरी करेंगे और भी बढ़ाएंगे और ये आंकड़ा 200 पार होगा।
With Election Commission visiting Patna this week, ball would be set rolling in Bihar for an exciting 2 months of the dance of democracy.
Viewers, time to take a short break, and coming up ahead, a political blame game over Karur's Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP, AIADMK slam DMK for mismanagement. Also, Amit Shah has rejected ceasefire offer from Maoists and asked them to lay down arms. We'll get you all the updates on those big stories and much more after a short break. Stay with us.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगे, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
we'll be breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you, a lot of breaking updates. And of course, we're tracking the Karur Stampede tragedy probe. But the headlines first. Let's get started. India refuses Asia Cup trophy from PCB chief, celebrates empty-handed on stage. BCCI to lodge protest. PM Modi, Home Minister, hails Team India after India beat Pakistan in Asia Cup final, gives reference of Operation Sindhu. Conflict spreads in tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh, 3 killed. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP AITMK slams DMK for mismanagement. 4 dead, 8 injured in Michigan church shooting. Trump calls an attack on Christians. All right, viewers, the BCCI will lodge a very strong protest in the next ICC meeting in November against Asian Cricket Council chief Mohsen Naqvi, who walked away with the Asia Cup trophy after the Indian team refused to accept it from him in Dubai. The BCCI secretary has justified the team's refusal, saying that India cannot accept the trophy from a person who is waging a war against the country. India has defeated Pakistan by 5 wickets in the final on Sunday. With Tilak Verma hitting an unbeaten 69 to be adjudged the player of the match for the summit clash. So this is a huge update coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV, and just getting you a little bit of a background as to what exactly happened. India defeated Pakistan by 5 wickets, but the post-match ceremony turned controversial as Team India refused to collect the winner's trophy and the medals. BCCI secretary revealed that the decision was taken because the ACC president and the PCB chairman Mohsen Naqvi was scheduled to hand over the awards, which India rejected, citing what happened, especially the Pahalgam attack. So what we see right now, viewers, back-to-back coverage coming in here on Republic TV. And also, I would like to go across to a guest who's joining us right now. And Major General Rajan Kochar is joining us. Major General, I just want to ask you one simple question, and that is that initially when Republic TV spoke about that this match should not even happen, and India should also not go ahead and play that match. India played that match, India won, and now India made it stand very, very clear. We will not take any kind of medals or trophy from Pakistan, and Pakistan has a problem with that too.
You see, it seems that Pakistan has not only a problem with the trophy, Pakistan is smarting from its third consecutive defeat from India, as Prime Minister Modi has also tweeted that Sindoor victory is followed by this victory on the ground, winning the Asia Cup. I think that this defeat has not gone on well with Pakistan, and that's why we are seeing the president or the chairman of the ACC behaving in such an immature manner. We had made it very amply clear that we will not accept the trophy for him, and as a chairman of ACC, he should have respected the sentiments of the country and made alternative arrangements to deliver the trophy or present the trophy to the Indian team. You see, it's a game of sports, and a certain ethical thinking has to be followed when we talk of sports. Once a decision of the BCCI has been conveyed to the ACC, the ACC should have taken steps to make alternative arrangements. I think this blame of not handing over the trophy to India rests solely on the chairman of the ACC, who happens to be the interior minister of Pakistan also. So it's not that he is an apolitical figure. He is a part of the government. And that was one of the reasons which the BCCI took a call that we will not accept a trophy from a person who is part of the Pakistan government and who has waged a war against India. So you have to understand the sentiments of 140 crore Indians when a decision like this is taken. And uh, it also shows that the uh, the thinking of a nation like Pakistan, or I would say a petty thinking of a country like Pakistan, who runs away with the trophy instead of handing over it to the rightful owners of the trophy, because as Surya Kumar Yadav mentioned in his press conference, it's a very hard-earned win, and through blood, toil, and sweat of the 14 players who were responsible for bringing this trophy to India. So I think it's a rather unfortunate incident. I would actually view it as that, and it reflects on the mental ethos of a Sikh nation.
Right. And, I also want to come across to you again, Major General Rajan Kochar, because I want to read out exactly what the BCCI secretary has said. We cannot accept a trophy from a representative of a country waging a war against us. And making it very clear, yes, India has sportsmanship. Yes, India might even go and play a match against Pakistan. But we will not allow these kind of childish acts on the playing field. Do you think, Mr. General, that it's time for India to take a stand even outside the pitch?
Definitely. See, BCCI has already lodged a formal complaint with the ICC because such actually actions are spoiling the spirit of the sport. And strong action has to be taken by the ICC. I think the least they should do is to remove this chairman of the ACC because he has not acted in a manner befitting the spirit of the sport. You see, cricket is like a religion in India. Cricket is the way ICC is developing the game all across the world, and we see so many new countries are joining into play. Cricket countries like USA, Nepal. We actually never heard of these countries earlier. They're doing so well. Nepal has even beaten the West Indies yesterday. So, we have to see the spirit of the game. We have to promote the spirit of the game. So many crores of people, millions of people in the world are actually watching this sport. So it's not a good sign for the sport to see such a spectacle by the chairman of the ACC, who happens to be a Pakistani minister. So I think you are absolutely right. The BCCI will have to take a tough stand, and we'll have to see that suitable action is taken by the ICC.
Right. Okay, this happened, these visuals we're showing on a screen is how even the Pakistan minister took away the trophy. And what do you think, Major General, that really points to? What does this really mean if the Pakistan minister takes away the trophy, does not hand it over? But India has made it clear that we will celebrate whether you give us a trophy or not. We are going to celebrate our win.
You see, it's a very, very immature and childish act. You must accept a defeat because you see, in a game, one country is winning and one is losing. That's the spirit of the game. We have also lost a number of times in the finals of ICC tournaments, and we have to accept defeat with a great deal of grace, and that calls for sportsmanship, sportsman spirit, and also it is inspiring a large number of budding cricketers in the world. Today, everybody is watching this game. Crores of people are actually viewing this final. The house was absolutely packed. What are you giving back to the people? What kind of message are you sending back to the people of the world by such a kind of a churlish behavior. And I would actually condemn it in the highest form of words, because it is you are being a very, very bad ambassador of the sport, and this sport being held in a neutral country. The very fact that you need to appreciate that India and Pakistan were at war, in spite of that, India has agreed to play the tournament. India has not boycotted the tournament, and there was a lot of criticism in our own country, for our BCCI and cricket team in participating in the tournament. In spite of the criticism, the team has gone and played like true warriors, and then you deny the trophy. I think it's a very, very bad taste.
Some pictures out right now. Major General, I want all our viewers to have a look at that picture. So India is refusing to take the trophy. So that is what we see. Those pictures coming in right now of India refusing to take the trophy. India captain Suryakumar Yadav has said he had never seen a champion side be denied a well-deserved trophy after his team was left without the Asia Cup silverware on Sunday night in Dubai. But he insisted that he was not disappointed whatsoever. India refused the trophy, but that did not stop India from celebrating their win. All right, former cricketer Sarandeep Singh is with us right now. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Singh. We are putting those pictures out of what happened. India refused the trophy, and even Pakistan acted in a very childish way. However, Suryakumar has said that it's not like we got it easily. It was a hard-earned tournament. But that does not matter because India will celebrate nevertheless.
Yeah, one thing at last, I can say that Pakistan reacted on something. With the whole tournament, they are not even reacted on anything. That's fine. In the first game, we don't even shake hands with the players. That we already decided, and even in the finals, the things will be already decided that we're not going to take trophy from the Mohsin Naqvi's hands. But that's their call. Actually, that's fine. I think the way India played and all this in the cricket in Asia Cup, that is the most important. So I think that's a personal call that will be taken over there, and they won the Asia Cup. That's a big thing for Indian team. And Pakistan, if they have to react on something, just go and focus on your cricket first. Just see how you guys are playing. You're playing just like a childish cricket. It's a club cricket they are playing it. So I don't think so. They have any. They don't need to show any attitude or nothing else.
Yes. And, Mr. Singh is a former cricketer. You have been on the pitch. You know sportsmanship. Don't you think that our Indian team showed what the true spirit of sportsmanship is? I mean, they said that we don't want a trophy from Pakistan. They can take it away. They can walk away with it. But we stand by our own citizens. We stand by India.
No, that's fine. Look, but only thing is that we already agreed to play with them. That's a big thing. I think that's enough for the Pakistan that we agreed to play with them already. Otherwise, I think taking trophies or nothing, sportsmanship is totally different because India-Pakistan, we have a different type of relations. So there is no sportsmanship and nothing like going around. I think what Indian team or Surya did it's properly their call, and we are backing up them. They won the tournament. Let's celebrate on all these things. These things, taking trophies and sportsmanship, that doesn't matter. It's just focus on that India
Mr. Singh, before I let you go, Mr. Singh, don't you think the BCCI should take this forward to the ICC over how the presentation was handled? Absolutely unprofessional.
Look, that's a BCCI call. Now we have a new BCCI, we have a new president. So let's see how things will be taken from there now. The new body appointed yesterday. So let's see how they will take things from there.
Right. Okay. All right, so thank you, Mr. Singh, former cricketer, for joining us. Let's go ahead to our next guest, Reema Malhotra, former cricketer, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Reema Malhotra. And, this is a picture coming in. Pakistan minister runs away with the trophy. However, India did not accept this. India accepted not having a trophy celebrating. However, they did not accept a trophy from Pakistan. Mohsin Naqvi, who's a president of the PCB, and he's also a Pakistani leader there. Your reaction coming in, did India do the right thing on the pitch?
See, in cricket, there is nothing right and wrong about anything, but I think whatever has happened last night wasn't right actually on part of the team which have won the trophy, won the title. They deserve to take the trophy. And if they're not doing the handshakes from the very first game, they're not meeting the player on the ground or the officials on the ground, that means the signal was clear that they will not take the trophy from the PCB chairman, ACC chairman. So I feel they should have just let the trophy be there and the Indian team can collect the trophy. So it was not the right message, to be honest. But I am with the Indian team right now, who is doing the right thing and took the stand from the very first game. So when the things are cleared, you should have, just let it go. I mean, leave the trophy and leave from the podium. That's what I believe. So on part of the Pakistan team, they played badly and what they did was wrong.
Right. And the BCCI is also saying that this was a deliberate act of protest. And India did not want to accept any trophy from Naqvi, citing his dual role. Even though he's a cricket official, so he's also a leader in Pakistan. And this is coming in the backdrop of the tensions between India and Pakistan. We cannot forget Pahalgam attack. This is India's stand. And Reema Malhotra, you have been on the pitch. I just want you to also talk a little bit more about, do you think that even India and Pakistan should have more matches? Because earlier there was a huge protest all over the country saying that India and Pakistan should not even play together.
So for bilateral series, for any tournament other than ICC or ACC, we are not playing with Pakistan. That the message was clear, very clear from the beginning. But there are certain rules which are made earlier, which can't be changed right now due to the circumstances between the two countries. So I think BCCI took the right decision to play against Pakistan in the ACC and ICC tournament, which is fair enough. But the message was loud and clear. We will not meet any of the players. That was the message sent by the players itself. So we should respect that. And whatever BCCI has decided or the government has decided that yes, ICC and ACC tournament will be played against any team, whichever comes. So be it Pakistan or Sri Lanka or any other team, take it as another team who came to play the cricket. So let's not give weightage to India and Pakistan. No, yes, on the first game, people were not accepting also that we should play against Pakistan. But now things have calmed down and they have realized that this is just a sport, and for the major tournaments, we have to play Pakistan like any other team. Just accept it and go ahead.
All right. Thank you for joining us here, Reema Malhotra, former cricketer. We're getting some more reactions coming in. Let's go and play it out.
मैं बोलूँगा आज सिर्फ प्राइज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ने ड्यूरिंग द टूर्नामेंट का बीच में भी काफी ऐसा कोई घटना हुआ है जो क्रिकेट का साथ संबंध नहीं रखता है। वो लोग सारे क्रिकेट मैचेस को पॉलिटिकल का गेम बना देना चाहता था, लेकिन भारत ने उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया। आज जो मैच का रिजल्ट हुआ उससे हमको ये लग गया है कि क्रिकेट पिच में भी हम लोग चैंपियन है, बॉर्डर्स में भी हम लोग चैंपियन है। आज जो हुआ है हमको अभी खबर मिला है कि जो ट्रॉफी था और मेडल्स था भारतीय दल के लिए जो चैंपियन हुआ है, वो जो चेयरपर्सन है एसीसी का, उन्होंने वो अपना साथ लेके होटल लेके चला गया। तो ये बहुत खराब बात हुआ है। इसका बारे में हम लोग आईसीसी में बहुत जोरदार एक प्रोटेस्ट डालेंगे। You see, India is having a war with a country, and that country is one of the main leader, is supposed to hand over the trophy to us. It is not possible for us. It is not ethically as well as morally possible for us. And if you think from the point of patriotism also, we cannot accept a trophy from a person who represents a country, that country is waging a war against our country. So we have refused to take the trophy, but that does not mean that that gentleman will take the trophy and the medals which is to be given to our country to his own hotel room. So that is totally unexpected, and we hope that good sense will prevail and he will send back the trophy to the country, that means to India, as soon as possible. That will restore some semblance of morality. At least we are expecting that from him. And in any case, BCCI as well as we are going to lodge a very strong protest against the behavior of the gentleman in today's prize distribution ceremony.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank.
Together, we can.
Viewers, the Punjab government has unveiled a comprehensive and ambitious information, education and communication plan for crop residue management as part of its move to address the pressing concern of stubble burning in the state. It held a special awareness and support camp to curb stubble burning on Sunday with a dedicated control room set up for real-time monitoring. India's 9th Asia Cup title following a 5-wicket win over arch rivals Pakistan in a thrilling final of Sunday drew massive cheers from Prime Minister Modi with a reference to Operation Sindoor. PM Modi said in a post on X, Operation Sindoor on the game field. Our outcome is the same. India win. Congrats to our cricketers. Chennai police received a phone call claiming that a bomb had been planted at the ECR and the residence of the TVK chief and actor. Following the alert, police personnel rushed to the actor's residence and a bomb disposal squad was deployed. The threat turned out to be a hoax. And viewers, getting us some more updates coming in. Molester Baba, also called Swami Saraswati, a self-styled godman, former chairman of the Sri Sharada Institute of Indian Management Research in Vasant Kunj, Delhi, has been remanded to 5 days of police custody after being accused of sexually harassing 17 female students. We now learn that the Molester Baba is refusing to cooperate in the probe. In fact, Chaitanya Nanda faces charges of molestation, cheating and forgery, with investigators freezing ₹8 crore linked to him in multiple bank accounts. Police investigation is ongoing with Chaitanya Nanda's custody extended to facilitate further probe. So this is what we see right now. Molester Baba was caught and arrested. He was in Agra. But now we understand that he is not even cooperating with the authorities. Akhil is joining us live. Akhil, after Molester Baba, the Delhi Baba was arrested, and he was found in Agra after weeks and weeks of search. He is currently refusing to cooperate in the probe. That's the latest coming in.
Right, Shivangi, if you see what we have seen, that he was given a 5-day of police custody, and during the court hearing at that point in time, what we have got to know from the public prosecutor, that they have recovered the iPhone and iPad. But if you see, the accused Baba refused to give passwords of those iPhone and iPad, because if you see, the police team has recovered 3 cell phones, 1 iPad in connection with the case. And earlier what we have seen, that the prosecutor also said this in the court hearing, that the accused need to confront it with the victim as well, because if you see, there are very significant charges in connection with the case, because earlier what we have seen, that during the investigation, Delhi police team has found out that there were several CCTV cameras installed in the female washroom, and regarding that, what we have got to learn, that this very accused Baba basically not only threatened some of the individuals in the college premises. So right now, it's going to be very significant in that direction, that the Delhi police team is going to take the accused Baba to 2 different places, because there are inputs that the Delhi police is going to receive some credible evidence from Almora in Uttarakhand. Apart from that, he will also be taken to Gurugram in connection with the case. So once some more detail will come out in this case, then things will become clearer. Because if you see, there are multiple cases which have been filed against this accused Baba. Because earlier what we have seen, that back then in 2009 there was a case of molestation which was filed in Defence Colony Police Station, and then back then in 2016 as well there was a molestation case filed in Boston area. Well, and right now what we have seen, that again 2 more cases have been filed in 2025.
Right, and the financial crimes are also being investigated. Taking a short break right now, viewers. Much for coming right up. We are live in breaking. And viewers, conflict spreads to the tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh. 3 people killed. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP AIDMK slammed DMK for mismanagement.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, everyday.
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो, शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो, या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज
This is Republic Jack Oliver Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत
Getting you some top headlines, viewers. India refuses Asia Cup trophy from PCB chief, celebrates empty-handed on stage BCCI to launch the protest. PM Modi and Home Minister hail Team India after India beat Pakistan in Asia Cup final, gives reference of Operation Sindhu. Conflict spreads in tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh, 3 killed. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP, IDMK slam DMK for mismanagement. 4 dead, 8 injured in Michigan. Church shooting. Trump calls it attack on Christians. Let's go to the U.S. now. A tragic scene has unfolded in Grand Blanc, Michigan, when a 40-year-old man drove his car into a church building, opened fire on worshippers and set the building on fire, leaving at least 2 people dead and many others are wounded. This attack happened at the Church of Jesus Christ. This is the Latter-day Saints during a large service. The Grand Blanc Township Police Chief William says that the gunman, identified as a man from Burton, Michigan, used an assault rifle and appeared to target people inside the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church. 2 officers were involved in a shootout and killed the suspect. The police believe there is only 1 person involved. We believe we have the guy who did this. At least 8 people were shot. We have the pictures coming in for you. 4 people are dead. That's what we know now. The death toll has gone up to 4. At least 8 people were shot, including some who were in critical condition. Authorities confirmed that the children are among the wounded and the victims have been taken to local hospitals for treatment. Officials expect to find more victims once a fire-damaged building is fully secured. The gunman is dead and the motive behind the attack is still unknown. Investigators are working to determine what led to this violence. As for the fire, the police believe it was set on purpose by the suspect. So we're getting these pictures coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. Just taking you through exactly what's happened. 4 killed and some unaccounted for after an attack on a church in Michigan. The FBI is investigating this as an act of targeted violence after 4 people were killed in a shooting. The suspect was killed after officers engaged in gunfire with him. And also, we're learning more details coming in. The police say that the church had not yet been entirely cleared because of the extensive fire damage. Getting some reactions. Let's go ahead and play it out.
Here today, as I said, was happening at 10:25 a.m. at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is located at 4285 McCandless Road. During this incident, what we know right now is that a 40-year-old suspect from Burton, he's a male, he drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church. 10 gunshot victims have been transported to local hospitals at this time, including one who has been deceased. Officers who were trained immediately responded to the area. One was a DNR officer, and then one was a Grand Blanc Township officer, where they met the suspect and they engaged in gunfire with that particular individual, neutralizing that suspect, and that suspect is no longer with us. As I said, it is a 40-year-old male from Burton. During all this incident as well, there was a fire that occurred, and we believe that was deliberately set by the suspect. We do believe that we will find additional victims once we have that scene secure. That fire was just extinguished by the Grand Blanc Township Fire Department within the past hour. So where we go from here is we have investigators. We're going to do search warrants on the suspect's residence. We're going to find out if there was a motive. We're going to go through cell phone records, things like that.
Getting some breaking updates coming in right now. CT Nirmal Kumar of TVK has approached the NHRC alleging conspiracy by DMK in the Karur Stampede. A petition has been submitted on this matter. CT Nirmal Kumar of TVK has approached the NHRC alleging conspiracy by DMK in the Karur Stampede. So this is coming in as the probe continues. And we're putting those pictures out for you, also showing the horror of that Karur Stampede, where a father carries a lifeless child. Many children lost their lives. 9 children have lost their lives at least in the Karur Stampede. 41 people killed in the Stampede. Also remember, the Madras High Court will be hearing an urgent mention made by the TVK party seeking a suo motu cognizance into the stampede that took place in the Karur district. And the stampede-like situation had come out from a political rally organized and headed by actor Vijay. Sharada is joining us live. Sharada, heartbreaking visuals coming in. You know, we showed those visuals yesterday as well. Extensive damage. Women and children among those killed. Now we understand that the TVK has approached the NHRC and they are alleging conspiracy by the DMK. So this is the blame game which has already started. If you could just help our viewers understand what we can expect next in the story.
Now, Shivangi, the TVK has approached the NHRC seeking a suo motu contingence in this because they fear that whether that it was an instigated man-made tragedy, and especially if it is done by the ruling DMK government, because question arises from many on this particular, especially with the conspiracy theories that are looming over this issue are very high, because one important thing that they are seeing is that it was the police who had not many people were deployed, though the ADGP says 500 police were deployed for the political campaign in Karur. Only 100 were seen by the people because the others were all technical staff is what the people are also claiming. And also BJP is pointing out that it was the police who did the lathi charge first, and only then did the people gather all together at once, and which caused the stampede. And multiple other issues talk about how the DMK did not give permission also to the TVK leader in the place that he had asked for near the lighthouse, but it was the same place where the DMK Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin had made his campaign earlier last month. And these are the questions that be looming over this particular stampede issue. And also following this is where the CT Nirmal Kumar, the spokesperson of the TVK, has asked for NHRC to take a suo motu contingence. Following this also, the petition was filed by the TVK yesterday in the Madras High Court seeking a proper probe into this. They've also asked for a CBI probe into this issue, and today the case will be heard at the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, as Karur district falls under the Madurai bench, Shivangi.
Right. You know, let's talk a little bit about what the Madras High Court, what's going to happen there today, because this is a plea of the TVK. They're alleging conspiracy in this case. And the TVK is also asking for an independent probe. We already know there's a one-person commission inquiry into the stampede, which was constituted and it was asked by the Tamil Nadu government. It's one retired judge. So the TVK is saying that they want an independent probe. What do they mean by that exactly? Are they going to the Madras High Court for this?
So fearing the DMK's involvement into this one-person commission probe, which is done by the former High Court Judge Aruna Jagadish, as they already think that there is a conspiracy behind the stampede issue by the running government with the police. Now, apart from stating that the one-person commission might not give them the exact judgment or what exactly give out all the information or explaining what is happening. So the TVK has now approached the Madras High Court seeking for separate floor from the CBI. It's not just the TVK, including the AIADMK and BJP. The opposition has asked for the sitting Supreme Court judge and the Madras High Court bench to just look into the case, because BJP's former state president Annamalai has also stated that a one-person sitting commission cannot prove justice to this case.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us there with all those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this, Sharada. I really have to move ahead right now. Getting some breaking news coming in. A separate investigation was initiated by the Assam police against the event manager, Shyam Kanu Mahanto, and accused in the singer Zubeen Garg's death for his alleged involvement in the organized financial crimes and acquiring properties by money laundering. Now, officials are going ahead and investigating this case right now. Remember that this is a special investigation. The focus shifts to Zubeen Garg's manager in this case. Shyam Kanu is the younger brother of the former DGP Bhaskar Jyoti Mahanta, who is presently the Chief Information Commissioner for the Assam State Information Commission. Another elder brother is Nani Gopal Mahanta, who was the education advisor to CM Himanta Biswa Sarma before becoming the Vice Chancellor of Guwahati University. The Criminal Investigation Department seized bundles of incriminating documents and items from Shyam Kanu's home during the raid on Thursday and Friday. The documents, that's what it's showing. So right now the investigation is really, picking up pace when we talk about what exactly is happening here. This is a CID, SIT formation and case registration. A special investigation team has been constituted and headed by the special DGP. And the Assam government directed all the FIRs to be transferred to the Crime Investigation Department and be consolidated into a single case. I'll try to go across to Aniruddha when we have Aniruddha with us, but focus shifts to Zubeen Garg's manager. Home Minister Amit Shah rejected the ceasefire offer given by Maoists, saying that if the extremists want to surrender and lay down their arms, they are most welcome to do so, and security forces would not fire a single bullet on them. Take a look.
मोदी सरकार ने संवाद, सुरक्षा और समन्वय तीनों पहलू पर काम करने की शुरुआत, और आज नतीजा ये है कि मैं विश्वास के साथ इतने बड़े फोरम में कह सकता हूं, 31/3/26 को इस देश में से हथियारी नक्सलवाद समाप्त। 14 के बाद सरकार के अभियानों का, सरकार के कार्यक्रमों का, सरकार के आयोजन का स्टीयरिंग भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय के पास है। ये बहुत बड़ा नीतिगत परिवर्तन हुआ और वो परिवर्तन के कारण ही ये परिणाम मिला। स्कैटर्ड अप्रोच की जगह यूनिफाइड और रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी को अपनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने, और मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं है रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी पर शब्द प्रयोग करने का। हमारी सरकार की नीति है, जो हथियार छोड़कर सरेंडर होकर आना चाहते हैं उनके लिए रेड कारपेट है। आइए भाई, आपका स्वागत है, आप मार्ग भूले हुए हमारे ही लोग। और सबसे अच्छा ल्यूकरेटिव सरेंडर पॉलिसी विजय जी बैठे हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने बनाया है, भारत सरकार ने बनाया है। सबका स्वागत है, हथियार छोड़ दीजिए। आज भी मैं कहता हूं, हम किसी को मारना नहीं चाहते, मगर आप हथियार में लेकर निर्दोष आदिवासियों को मारना चाहते हैं तो मेरी सरकार का धर्म है इनको बचाना और आपका सामना।
News coming in from Bangladesh, where conflict has spread in tribal-dominated hilly region and people have been killed. Tension spread over the alleged rape of a tribal schoolgirl. A group called Jammu students held a protest against the rape, and clashes broke out between the tribals and the Bengalis. The Bangladesh government has banned and blocked the rally in the area, and tensions are remaining high in the area. The army and the police have now been deployed there. This is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in. Conflict spreads in the tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh. 3 people losing their lives. Putting the pictures out there for you, protesters brandish weapons on camera. And tensions are spreading over the alleged rape of a tribal schoolgirl. The group called Jammu students are holding this protest against what has happened. So pictures coming in, viewers, on Republic TV, and this is coming in as we see that the Ministry of Home Affairs has also gone ahead and expressed sorrow over the incident in which a lot of people have been killed. And this is coming in as the ministry has assured legal action will be taken against those involved in this incident after investigation very soon. No culprit will be spared. So this is what the Home Ministry there is in Bangladesh is saying about this violence which has taken place. The police has confirmed death of 3 people without giving their identities away, while residents and witnesses said that the sides which were protesting turned violent, setting ablaze each other's businesses and households in the Hill district, which is about 270 kilometers northeast of Dhaka. So the violence broke out following an alleged gang rape of a schoolgirl. Then we saw that a lot of violence took place, pictures coming in on your screen. All right, much more coming up, viewers. We are live and breaking here. We will be back, especially tracking some of the other stories we are tracking and which is making the news. The conflict spreads in tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh. 3 people killed. And political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP AIDMK slammed DMK for mismanagement. Stay tuned.
It's the start of a brand new story for the premier De Beers Group. Putting India at the heart of the diamond jewelry retail, the De Beers Group had a fanfare launch for their first flagship store in New Delhi. Glamour, pomp and head-turning designs. Showstopper Meera Kapoor lent her golden touch to the store opening. She also interacted with the De Beers global team to understand the philosophy behind the unique designs of the Forever Mark diamond jewelry showcased. This flagship store opening is at the heart of the De Beers Group retail push into India, with many more stores being planned across the country. De Beers is looking at India's fast-growing diamond jewelry market, which is expected to touch $20 billion by 2030 as rising disposable incomes and evolving consumer preferences boost the demand. What was most special was the campaign initiative, This One's For Me, by the De Beers Group, highlighting how their Forever Mark diamond is an emotion and a celebration for the modern, independent women in India for every milestone of their lives and not just for special occasions. Forever Mark now begins a new chapter, bringing diamonds that are not just about beauty but also about meaning and self-expression. With India leading the way, this is just the beginning of a sparkling journey.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या जहां नए रंग पुराने दोस्तों जैसे लगते हैं। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी MSMEs से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था, तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे MSMEs थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए,
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
एमडीएच की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला एमडीएच मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो, शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो, या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें, तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं, उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं, ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India refused Asia Cup trophy from PCB chief, celebrate empty-handed on stage. BCCI to lodge protest. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister hailed Team India after India beat Pakistan in Asia Cup final, gave a reference of Operation Sindoor. Conflict spreads in tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh, 3 killed. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP AIADMK slammed DMK for mismanagement. And 4 dead and 8 injured in Michigan church shooting. Donald Trump calls it attack on Christians. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a huge drama that unfolded yesterday after the Asia Cup cricket match. In an unprecedented return of events, Pakistan's Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi, in his capacity as the chairman of Asian Cricket Council, denied the Indian cricket team the Asia Cup trophy after it refused to accept the silverware from him. It was 90 minutes of pure drama at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium after India won the Asia Cup, beating Pakistan by 5 wickets. However, what happened after the high-octane game of cricket overshadowed the performance on the 22 yards. Let's first take you through the snippets of the 90-minute drama. Take a look, viewers. All right, so controversy struck in the presentation ceremony after the Asia Cup final, after the Indian team were not given their winners' medals and the trophy. Despite winning the final of the tournament, the Indian team went up on the dais after all the dignitaries had left and celebrated their moment in the sun without any trophies, without any medals. With both the sides at an impasse, Naqvi left the dais and instructed the ACC team to take away the medals as well as the winner's trophy. Now, BCCI Secretary Saikia has blasted Naqvi's act and mocked him in the interview after the game. Saikia also called for good sense to prevail and criticized the decision to have a Pakistani leader present the trophy. So these... All right, so after the dramatic Asia Cup 2025 final that saw India chase down a 147-run target against Pakistan with the 2 balls to spare, more drama followed as the Surya Kumar Yadav-led side was not awarded the trophy. This happened after the Indian players refused to accept the trophy from the Asian Cricket Council chief and the Pakistan Cricket Board chairman Mohsin Naqvi, and the decision sparked a delay in the post-match presentation, with Pakistani players also staying put in their dressing room, adding to the chaos inside the Dubai International Stadium. And later, Indian players could be seen celebrating without the trophy, with the Surya Kumar Yadav doing the celebration run as if he was holding the trophy. All right, so the big drama there happening. All right, Rakesh Rao, senior sports journalist, is now joining us for more on that. Rakesh, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. How do you look at the entire controversy? It is absolutely unprecedented. Never ever before in the history of any sport has such a controversy happened. How do you look at it?
Unprecedented, yes, but not unexpected. Because ever since the news trickled in that the PCB chairman and the ACC chairman is going to be there giving away the winner's trophy, that it became very clear that if India wins, India will not accept. I mean, it's very clear that with a team that you are not even shaking hands, where is the question of receiving the winner's trophy? So that was very clear to me. I just wanted to know whether Naqvi backs off or not. Now, here we have to refresh our minds just about one thing, that India and Pakistan are at war. Perpetually we are at war. So let's not forget what has happened between the two countries. And after Pahalgam, after Operation Sindoor, it was too early for India and Pakistan to engage in a field of play, that too in cricket. Javelin and all is still okay, but cricket, no, because both these countries think differently about this game. So cricket was completely out of question. But then, of course, the authorities they decided that no, we have to go and play. Personally, I was completely against this. I maintained this, that India had no business to be there to say yes for Asia Cup. We were the host. We shouldn't have bothered to even host it in 2025. But then anyway, things unfolded, and this was not unexpected. I did expect drama there. But then Naqvi to stand there and say, okay, if you don't want to take it from me, you are not getting it. Now, Naqvi, if you see, he's wearing too many hats. He is the chairman there. He heads the PCB, and he's also the interior minister in the government of Pakistan. So he has to play different roles. But what he does on the Twitter handle of his, that has been disgusting, because the kind of tweets that he has sent in the recent past, at least in the last week, I mean, no self-respecting individual or a nation is going to do anything to do with him when you consider each other as enemies, because they refer to India as Dushman Mulk. Let's not make any mistakes. Let's not. And also, today Pakistan is talking about spirit of the game and things like that. Let's remind them that they are the ones who gave match fixing to this world. They gave spot fixing to this world. They gave ball tampering to this game. This is all courtesy Pakistan. So let's not even go in that direction. Let's not go there. But what India did, I'm completely with them. Of course, I was completely against India's decision to go and play Asia Cup. But this is the least that they could do. And, and we have hit them where it hurts.
Absolutely.
This is where, because a lot of Pakistanis, not just Naqvi, a lot of Pakistanis are feeling that pain. First, it was like being beaten in the team, in the field of play, especially when they started well with the bat, they started well with the ball, and India hit back. It is much like, Pakistan attacking India and then Indians giving a befitting reply. So it was almost like that. But the point is that last night would have been very, very tough on them, because, and also I would like just add here that for the last 3 Sundays, including yesterday's, India has been hitting them every evening. But they are somehow lucky to divert the attention from their on-field failures to anything that happens after that. That means if you go back to September 14, it was a handshake drama. on the 21st of September, you spoke about Rafale and 6-0 and, like all kinds of, like gestures in the field of play, of course. And then yesterday, after the way they lost, when they thought that they had the match in their hip pocket, Indians just came and, and especially Tilak Verma just came and used his skills to just pick their pocket. It was as simple as that. And that hurts. If India had won this match by 10 wickets, it wouldn't have hurt them so much. But this is where it hurts. And Indians did whatever was appropriate. And they had indicated that we are not going to receive the trophy from Mr. Naqvi for more reasons than one. And Indians stuck to it. I'm very, very proud of this decision.
Right. Rakesh, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in related to this event only. The BCCI has said that it will lodge a very strong protest in the next ICC meeting in November against Asian Cricket Council Chief Mohsin Naqvi, who walked away with the Asia Cup trophy after the Indian team refused to accept it from him in Dubai. Now, BCCI Secretary Devajit Saikia justified the team's refusal, saying that India cannot accept the trophy from a person who is waging a war against the country. Remember, India defeated Pakistan by 5 wickets in the final on Sunday, with Tilak Verma hitting an unbeaten 69 to be adjudged the player of the match for the summit clash. All right, let's go back to Rakesh Rao for more insights. Rakesh, now we'd like to understand from you, the protocols really, what the protocols are, because talking about Mohsin Naqvi, is the tournament's chief or the governing council president always required really to present the trophy? And the big question, can an alternate be delegated?
Yes. It was up to Naqvi to just step back. He only stood his ground and made matters worse. He knew it. He just knew it. He's nobody's fool. Let's not fool ourselves. He's fooling his country. He's just trying to come up with this. He has a false sense of bravado where he wants to show that, look, we Pakistanis are no less. You are getting smashed in the field of play. You are getting smashed in every area that you confront India. On every international forum, you get the stick. You get it back with interest. But the point is, he is also a politician. Let's not forget that. He has to act. He has to, hide behind things. He's doing just that. So he could have, but then he diverted the attention. Now that the world is watching, the world watched yesterday what happened. At least the cricketing world knows what has happened. Now here, they had a few options. A, they knew that the team that has refused to shake hands with you, how will they come and take it? I mean, Pakistan would have done the same. Now, imagine Pakistanis were waiting to celebrate, and trust me, their celebration would have been uglier than anything that you've seen ever before. They were waiting to celebrate. They're getting smashed out of shape in every encounter across formats. So you could have, if for example, if Jai Shah was to head ACC, and if he were to be there, he would have been given the same treatment. Make no mistake. So today, when they are talking about, it's not between India and Pakistan. It is a game of cricket that is, Indians have heard the game of cricket. Nothing of that sort. I mean, this is just playing with words, trying to hide behind things. It's very clear that we have told you, we want the trophy. We have actually won it. The world has seen it. We don't want to accept it from you. Period. Simple. So there is no such thing that it has to be given by the chairman. Yes. As the decorum goes, as the practice goes, it is given by the chief of that governing body. This is the continental. ACC, as we know, it's a continental governing body of the sport. Like ICC is the world governing body of the sport. So you see Jai Shah going there and giving a trophy when it is an ICC event. Nothing wrong in it. But this situation is not the same. Here, that what Naqvi has been doing. As an individual, he's been tweeting things like that. Just go through his tweets. And then he expects India to come to him and receive the trophy or the medals. No ways. I mean, there's no way that a self-respecting nation would even agree or even think about or even consider going up there and receiving it from somebody who's been so anti-India.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rakesh, for joining us and giving us your perspective. And now let's listen in to what the BCCI Secretary Saikia said about the entire controversy. Take a listen.
मैं बोलूंगा आज सिर्फ प्राइज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ने ड्यूरिंग द टूर्नामेंट का बीच में भी काफी ऐसा कोई घटना हुआ है जो क्रिकेट का साथ संबंध नहीं रखता है। वो लोग सारे क्रिकेट मैचेस को पॉलिटिकल का गेम बना देना चाहता था, लेकिन भारत ने उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया। आज जो मैच का रिजल्ट हुआ उससे हमको ये लग गया है कि क्रिकेट पिच में भी हम लोग चैंपियन है, बॉर्डर्स में भी हम लोग चैंपियन है। आज जो हुआ है हमको अभी खबर मिला है कि जो ट्रॉफी था और मेडल्स था भारत के दल के लिए जो चैंपियन हुआ है, वो जो चेयरपर्सन है एसीसी का, उन्होंने वो अपना साथ लेके होटल लेके चला गया। तो ये बहुत खराब बात हुआ है। इसका बारे में हम लोग आईसीसी में बहुत जोरदार एक प्रोटेस्ट डालेंगे। You see, India is having a war with a country, and that country is one of the main leader is supposed to hand over the trophy to us. It is not possible for us. It is not ethically as well as morally possible for us. And if you think from the point of patriotism also, we cannot accept a trophy from a person who represents a country, that country is waging a war against our country. So we have refused to take the trophy, but that does not mean that that gentleman will take the trophy and the medals which is to be given to our country to his own hotel room. So that is totally unexpected, and we hope that good sense will prevail and he will send back the trophy to the country, that means to India, as soon as possible. That will restore some semblance of morality. At least we are expecting that from him. And in any case, BCCI as well as we are going to lodge a very strong protest against the behavior of the gentleman in today's prize distribution ceremony.
All right, let's shift focus and talk about the Karur Stampede. And we have breaking news coming in. C.T. Nirmal of the TVK has approached the NHRC alleging conspiracy by DMK in the Karur Stampede case. Now, a petition has been submitted. So remember, after the Karur Stampede, there are political parties and the big question that everybody is putting blame on each other, and now the C.T. Nirmal Kumar of the TVK has approached the NHRC, and a petition has been submitted that alleges conspiracy by DMK in the Stampede case. Remember, the DMK has been saying that the TVK did not handle the crowd management, and that really led to the entire Stampede case. Chief Minister has announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees each to the victims' families, and 40 people have been killed, including a lot of women and children were killed in the Stampede at the actor-turned-politician and TVK chief's Vijay's rally in Karur. And the crowd swelled, became uncontrollable while Vijay was addressing the gathering, and a number of people fainted and fell down, and that led to the Stampede. And the blame game continues. The politics over the Stampede is continuing, and the questions are being asked about who is responsible. Of course, Sarda, my colleague, is now joining us for more on this. Sarda, now, the blame game continuing again, and now a petition has been filed. A conspiracy by DMK is being alleged by the TVK.
You're right, Aishwarya. So what the TVK is claiming is that how did the DMK come to the hospital on time, and why was the police not given enough powers to control the crowd? Why only, though the ADGP says 500 police officials were deployed, less than 100 people were seen at the Stampede location, and this is the question that the TVK is alleging now. And following that, the petition has been filed in the Madras High Court yesterday, and now the Madurai bench will be hearing the case today. And the petition is against the ruling DMK, and also a CBI probe has been ordered. A CBI probe has been asked by the TVK to be ordered by the High Court, because following a single-person commission that the state government has ordered, TVK is now probing for a CBI inquiry in this case, Aishwarya.
And Sharda, there was a big question mark as far as TVK has been saying that there was a 30-minute power cut that really led to the sequence of events leading up to the Stampede. However, that really has been denied by the DMK.
Well, the power cut was not denied by the DMK, but the TNEB officials say that the power cut was done before actor Vijay arrived at the location, and that it was cut because people were climbing on the transformers, and also they were climbing on trees to make sure that they are safe is the only reason that the power cut was done. But as soon as actor Vijay had come, generators were used, so there was no issue. But however, the eyewitnesses and the families of victims claim that there was power cut throughout and there was no lights, and especially when the place where the accident happened, where the stampede happened, there was not enough light, and that's the reason people had actually stepped on each other while trying to escape the crowd.
We understand also that there are reports that Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is also going to reach Karur. She is going to meet with the families of the victims and those injured as well. Any update on that?
The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has now reached Coimbatore, and she'll also be now going to the location where the stampede had happened 2 days before, and she'll also be meeting the families of the victims. We are right here at one of the villages where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman would be coming to meet the victims' families. Following that, she'll also be going to the government hospital to meet the injured who are in ICU, and also have a final meeting with the collector of the district to understand what exactly is happening at the moment.
And, TVK, of course, moving the NHRC, alleging a plot. What is the premise that the TVK is alleging as far as the conspiracy part is concerned, the plot part is concerned?
The TVK went to the NHRC thinking that it was the DMK's work in hand with the police to not provide enough protection, and it also includes the power cut that was done, and also claiming that whether it was a man-made tragedy on purpose, because it was only after the police had a lathi charge against the people who were crowding is when people tried to escape, and everybody came near the actor's van to meet him once before they leave the location. And considering that would have been the main cause of the accident, the TVK lawyer yesterday went to the Madras High Court, and it also said that if DMK and the police worked hand in hand just to make sure that actor Vijay is not gaining traction in the district of Karur, if that is a plan, is the reason they have moved NHRC now, Aishwarya.
All right. Thank you so much, Sharda, for all those updates there. Thank you so much. And viewers, now let's take a look at a report. Well, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has rejected the ceasefire offer given by the Maoists, saying that if the extremists want to surrender and lay down arms, they are most welcome to do so. And security forces would not fire a single bullet on them. Take a look.
मोदी सरकार ने संवाद, सुरक्षा और समन्वय तीनों पहलू पर काम करने की शुरुआत, और आज नतीजा ये है कि मैं विश्वास के साथ इतने बड़े फोरम में कह सकता हूं 31/3/26 को इस देश में से हथियारी नक्सलवाद समाप्त। 14 के बाद सरकार के अभियानों का, सरकार के कार्यक्रमों का, सरकार के आयोजन का स्टीयरिंग भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय के पास है। ये बहुत बड़ा नीतिगत परिवर्तन हुआ, और वो परिवर्तन के कारण ही ये परिणाम मिला। स्कैटर्ड अप्रोच की जगह यूनिफाइड और रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी को अपनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया, और मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं है रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी पर शब्द प्रयोग करने में। हमारी सरकार की नीति है, जो हथियार छोड़कर सरेंडर होकर आना चाहते हैं उनके लिए रेड कारपेट है। आइए भाई, आपका स्वागत है, आप मार्ग भूले हुए हमारे ही लोग। और सबसे अच्छा ल्यूकरेटिव सरेंडर पॉलिसी विजय जी बैठे हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने बनाया है, भारत सरकार ने बनाया है। सबका स्वागत है, हथियार छोड़ दीजिए। आज भी मैं कहता हूं, हम किसी को मारना नहीं चाहते, मगर आप हथियार में लेकर निर्दोष आदिवासियों को मारना चाहते हैं तो मेरी सरकार का धर्म है इनको बचाना और आपका सामना।
Coming up ahead, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has arrived at the Coimbatore airport. She will meet with the injured and the families of those who died in a Saturday's Stampede in Karur during the TVK rally led by Vijay. All the details on that big story coming up after a short break.
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या जहां नए रंग पुराने दोस्तों जैसे लगते हैं। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन फॉर सुकून।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे MSMEs यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, GST की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे MSMEs, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा।
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और GST में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे
Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking, and we are getting you the biggest news stories, including the top story of the Molester Baba case. Now the Delhi police has taken him back to the institute to collect more evidence, and especially from the room where he used to meet the students there. We'll get you all the updates on that big story and much more. Here are the headlines that we are tracking at this hour. India refused the Asia Cup trophy from PCB chief, celebrate empty-handed on stage. BCCI to lodge protest. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister hail Team India after India beat Pakistan in Asia Cup final, gave reference of Operation Sindoor. Conflict spreads in tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh, 3 killed. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP, AI, DMK slam DMK for mismanagement. 4 dead, 8 injured in Michigan church shooting. Donald Trump calls it attack on Christians. All right, viewers, we have big breaking news coming in related to the Delhi Molester Baba case. The Delhi police takes Swami Partha to the institute to gather more evidence. He was taken to the cabin in which he used to invite the students. Earlier, 3 mobile phones and 1 iPad were recovered from Swami. Now, the Delhi police had got the access of the password of his devices as well. Initially, he had denied access to the password, but now the Delhi police have got the passwords as well. So remember, Swami Chaitanyananda Saraswati was earlier arrested on Sunday from a hotel in Agra after evading arrest for 50 days. And the Delhi court has remanded him in police custody for 5 days. Our colleague Akhil is now joining us for more. Akhil, now the judicial, the police custody has been given for 5 days. And the Delhi police, of course, is now taking Swami Chaitanyananda to the institute. Give us more updates. What is happening there?
Well, if you see in this very case, what we have seen that the investigation has gathered pace because this early morning, the Delhi police investigation team has taken the very accused to the very institute where that unfortunate incident took place, in which what we have seen that 16 women have come forward. They have given their testimony to the Delhi police, in which their statement was earlier recorded, based on which a complaint was also lodged in connection with the case. And if you see this very accused, Swami Chaitananda is a repeat offender, because if you see initially first case was filed against him in connection with the sexual harassment case back then in 2009 at Defence Colony. Second case was filed in 2016 in Vasant Kunj police station area, and now we are seeing this very case in which what we have got to know that more than 32 women have come forward and they have basically given their statement to the Delhi police. And in this case, there is further more development that if you see, there are 3 wardens as well who have been identified by the Delhi police, and the names of those wardens were given by those victims, because these wardens were the ones who were pressurizing these students to basically comply with the demands made by the very accused. So that's a very big remark on that part. So right now the Delhi police is going to confront the very accused and make him sit with those wardens as well. And after that, the Delhi police will corroborate the statements given by the wardens.
And Akhil, as far as investigation is concerned, of course, you're talking about the fact that, not only the Swami has been taken to the institute and police is going to gather information from there. You also talked about the fact that there is going to be questioning of the wardens there. Delhi police has also got the access of his devices as well. Give us an overview of the entire investigation. Where is it headed now? And what all angles is the Delhi police looking at?
If you see, there are multiple cases which is against Baba, in which what we have seen that a fraud case was also going on. But the arrest which has been made by the Delhi Police Southwest District team is with regard to the molestation case. So right now he has already been arrested from Agra, because if you see, for the last 50 days he has been arrested. He has been basically avoiding the arrest because he kept on changing his location, and he was not using any kind of digital device. So it was very tough for Delhi Police to basically track his location. Once his location was identified with the help of human intelligence, the Delhi police team arrived over there in a hotel in Agra. The hotel has been identified as Hotel First, from where he was arrested early morning on Sunday. After that, he was taken to the national capital and then he was produced in Patiala House Court. And after that, what we have seen that the judge has granted 5 days of police custody. So right now he's in the police custody, and Delhi police is interrogating him with regard to that investigation.
All right. Thank you so much for all those updates there, Akhil. We'll keep coming back to you in the subsequent bulletins. And viewers, now let's take a look at some more news from across the nation in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Punjab government has unveiled a comprehensive and ambitious information, education and communication plan for crop residue management as part of its move to address the pressing concern of stubble burning in the state. It held a special awareness and support camp to curb stubble burning on Sunday, with a dedicated control room set up for real-time monitoring. India's 9th Asia Cup title, following a 5-wicket win over arch rivals Pakistan in a thrilling final on Sunday, drew massive cheers from Prime Minister Narendra Modi with reference to Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi said in a post on X, Operation Sindoor on the game's field, the outcome is the same. India wins. Congrats to our cricketers. Chennai police received a phone call on Sunday claiming that a bomb had been pointed at the residence of TVK chief and actor Vijay, and following that alert, police personnel rushed to the actor's residence and a bomb disposal squad was also deployed. The threat turned out to be hoax. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in related to Zubeen Garg's death case, and a separate investigation was initiated by the Assam police against event manager Shyam Kanu Mahanta, who is an accused in singer Zubeen Garg's death for his alleged involvement in organized financial crimes and acquiring properties by money laundering. Officials' documents show now Shyam Kanu is the younger brother of former DGP Bhaskar Jyoti Mahanta, who is presently the Chief Information Commissioner of the Assam State Information Commission. His another elder brother is Nani Gopal Mohanta, who is the Education Advisor to Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma before becoming the Vice Chancellor of the Guwahati University. Now, the CID, that is the Criminal Investigation Department, has seized bundles of incriminating documents and items from Shyam Kanu's home during the raids on Thursday and Friday. All right, Anirudh, our colleague, is now joining us for more updates. Anirudh, we are witnessing a lot of twists and turns as far as Zubeen Garg's death case is concerned. Of course, as far as the CID investigation is concerned, there is a different angle that we are looking at, and that is the financial irregularities, and the spotlight is, of course, on the event manager there. Give us an update. What is happening?
It is about Shyam Kanu Mahanta, who happens to be the organizer of the Northeast Festival. During the raid that was conducted at the residence of Shyam Kanu Mahanta, at that point in time, several incriminating documents were recovered by the police, and the SIT team not only recovered incriminating documents but also a major financial scam is about to be unearthed in all likelihood, because several stamps and seals as well as documents of government officers were also found from the residence of Syamkanu Mohanta, who happens to be the organizer of the Northeast Festival. He was the main event planner as far as the entire event in Singapore is also concerned. And after that, now the CID has registered a separate case. CID has registered a separate case which will be probing into the financial irregularities involving Syamkanu Mohanta. Though this is not directly linked to Jubin Garg's death, but yes, while probing the death of Jubin Garg, this matter has come to light, and the SIT team, the CID has registered a separate case altogether in this regard. That's correct.
Right, but at the same time, there are also demands of maybe a higher probe, maybe a CBI investigation into the entire case, considering the fact that a number of powerful people are involved, and there are several people who are the accused in the case, and they have connections there with a lot of high and mighty.
Well, the investigation into the death of Jubin Garg, which is underway, is on the right direction. This is what sources within the SIT has told us. The SIT team will be leaving for Singapore tomorrow. Senior Superintendent of Police Sudhakar Singh and Arun Goela will be going to Singapore tomorrow, and in Singapore they will be interrogating the NRIs, and not only the NRIs but also they will be, processing the transit of Syamkanu Mohanta, who is still in Singapore. And meanwhile, Jubin Garg's manager, Siddharth Sharma, is still at large. Also, there have been several questions involving Siddharth's financial transactions and all the other details involving Jubin Garg's death. So, yes, the SIT has been instructed not to speak to any media before the investigation completes, and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is personally taking brief from the SIT as far as this entire investigation is concerned.
All right, Anirudh. Thank you so much for all those updates there. Thank you so much. And viewers, let's move on to the bulletin now. Union Home Minister Amit Shah rejected the ceasefire offer given by Maoists, saying that if the extremists want to surrender and lay down arms, they are most welcome to do so, and security forces would not fire a single bullet at them. Here's a short report.
मोदी सरकार ने संवाद, सुरक्षा और समन्वय तीनों पहलू पर काम करने की शुरुआत की, और आज नतीजा ये है कि मैं विश्वास के साथ इतने बड़े फोरम में कह सकता हूं, 31/3/26 को इस देश में से हथियारी नक्सलवाद समाप्त। 14 के बाद सरकार के अभियानों का, सरकार के कार्यक्रमों का, सरकार के आयोजन का स्टीयरिंग भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय के पास है। ये बहुत बड़ा नीतिगत परिवर्तन हुआ, और वो परिवर्तन के कारण ही ये परिणाम मिला। स्कैटर्ड अप्रोच की जगह यूनिफाइड और रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी को अपनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया, और मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं है रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी पर शब्द प्रयोग करने में। हमारी सरकार की नीति है, जो हथियार छोड़कर सरेंडर होकर आना चाहते हैं उनके लिए रेड कारपेट है। आइए भाई, आपका स्वागत है, आप मार्ग भूले हुए हमारे ही लोग हो। और सबसे अच्छा ल्यूकरेटिव सरेंडर पॉलिसी विजय जी बैठे हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने बनाया है, भारत सरकार ने बनाया है। सबका स्वागत है, हथियार छोड़ दीजिए। आज भी मैं कहता हूं, हम किसी को मारना नहीं चाहते, मगर आप हथियार में लेकर निर्दोष आदिवासियों को मारना चाहते हैं तो मेरी सरकार का धर्म है इनको बचाना और आपका सामना।
Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. TVK General Secretary Yadav Arjuna submits a new petition in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, and the petition is seeking protection for actor Vijay to meet with the family of the deceased in Karur. Now, Adav in petition required for a safety and a protection for the actor who wants to come and he wants to meet with the families of the deceased and those injured in the Karur Stampede case. Remember, this coming in after a lot of criticism and a lot of questions being asked about Vijay or the TVK really absent from ground zero, and not a single TVK functionary was seen visiting the victims or the families of the deceased. And the other political parties, of course, have arrived at the disaster site. They met with the families. However, TVK's absence sparked public criticism over accountability, crisis management. Sharda, our colleague, is now joining us. Sharda, now, you know, there were several questions that were raised not only by political parties but public also regarding TVK and Vijay's absence from the entire, tragedy. We saw so many other political leaders reaching, talking to the families and meeting with the people in the hospital, but no sign of TVK. And now this petition has come in. How do you look at the entire case unfolding now?
Aishwarya, the first and foremost thing that Vijay did was to leave Karur when the stampede had just started to happen. And when he was asked about the stampede in Trichy, the actor decided not to speak and he went back to Chennai. Earlier, his political advisors had told us that it was safe for him to be in Chennai because the situation in Karur should not worsen and the tension should not arise with more people again trying to come and meet the actor Vijay. Now, the new petition has been filed after multiple questions were raised by the ruling DMK asking where is actor Vijay, why is he not here on the spot, or why is no other members of the party are trying to meet the victims of the family who are deceased in the stampede or who are injured. Now, Adav Arjuna, the party's second most important leader, has come forward, filed a petition in the Madurai bench of Madras High Court seeking protection and safety for actor Vijay, saying that if actor Vijay comes again to Karur, there might be a situation where people might again come to see him, and to make sure that the actor is also protected and at the same time there is not a commotion which is again formed. The TVK has now filed a petition saying that Vijay would want to come and see the people, the family of the deceased and also the people who are injured in the stampede, and that's the reason this petition has now been filed. And it is expected that this petition will also be heard along at 2:30 p.m. at the Madurai bench of High Court, where the TVK had earlier submitted the petition seeking for a CBI probe into the matters of the stampede.
Sharda, of course, the security around his house was also increased earlier, but this petition has come in after so much criticism from all quarters. Do you think is this looking like more of a damage control exercise rather than a genuine effort really to reach out to the victims?
Aishwarya, that we cannot answer as such whether if actor Vijay has taken this step after multiple pressure bound on him, because there was also multiple statements made by the politicians themselves and also critics themselves if Vijay would have been disheartened and sorrowed, and in what mental condition would he have been after the stampede situation had happened. So we have to wait and watch whether if the TVK responds to this in a genuine way, saying if actor Vijay was actually mentally distressed after what had happened and did not have the strength to talk to the media and did not have the strength to meet the people or something is not what we can answer, but we have to wait and watch. But the Edapadi Palaniswamy, who is the opposition leader, also said that Vijay is new into politics and this is the first time he is seeing something so massive. So he might have been a little bit disturbed with what has happened. But however, DMK points it out as a cowardly action of the actor.
All right. Thank you so much for those details there, Sharda. So questions continue to arise as far as accountability is concerned, as far as who is to be blamed. All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in right now. Karnataka State Contractors Association has written a letter to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah alleging double corruption under the Congress regime. The Karnataka State Contractors Association, that is the KSCA, has written to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah alleging that corruption in some departments has doubled under the present Congress government compared to the previous BJP regime. Now, KSCA said dues of over 30,000 crore rupees remain unpaid despite repeated assurances, and accused departments of releasing only 15 to 20% of the pending bills every 3 months without following seniority. The letter also alleged that bodies like Nirmiti Kendra and the Kridal Award projects are to the ruling party supporters, who then subcontract them for commissions. That affects the quality. Further, the municipal administration, urban development and labour departments were accused of corrupt tender practices, with the packages being awarded to powerful contractors. The association said that the ministers have failed to act on these irregularities, and this is the first written corruption complaint against the Congress government since it came to power in 2023 on an anti-corruption platform. So these are big allegations, huge allegations there, and this is by the Karnataka State's Contractors Association. And this association has written a letter to the Chief Minister of the state, Siddaramaiah, and the association is alleging corruption under the Congress regime. And it alleges that the corruption in some departments has actually doubled under the present Congress regime. All right, viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. International news. A tragic scene unfolded on Sunday in Grand Blanc in Michigan when a 40-year-old man drove his car into a church building, opened fire on worshippers and set the building on fire, leaving at least 2 people dead and several others wounded. Now, CNN reported that the attack happened at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints during a large service. Grand Blanc Township Police Chief has said that the gunman, who has now been identified as a man from Burton, Michigan, he used an assault rifle and appeared to target people inside the church. Now, the police chief said that he then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at the individuals within the church. 2 officers were involved in the shootout and killed the suspect, and police believe that there is only 1 person involved. He said that we believe that we have the guy who did this. Remember, at least 8 people were shot, including some who are right now in a critical condition. Authorities confirmed that children were among the wounded, and the victims have been taken to local hospitals for treatment. Officials expect to find more victims once the fire-damaged building is fully secured. The gunman, remember, is dead. The motive behind the attack is still unknown, and investigators are working to determine what led to the violence. As for the fire, police believe that it was deliberately set by the suspect. The police said that we are trying to determine exactly when and where the fire started. We believe more people were near the fire and were unable to get out of the church. As far as the investigation part is concerned, the authorities will execute a search warrant at the suspect's residence now, and they will go through the cell phone records to find out if there was a motive.
The incident that we're going to talk about here today, as I said, was happened at 10:25 a.m. at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is located at 4285 McCandless Road. During this incident, what we know right now is that a 40-year-old suspect from Burton, he's a male, he drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church. 10 gunshot victims have been transported to local hospitals at this time, including one who has been deceased. Officers who were trained immediately responded to the area. One was a DNR officer, and then one was a Grand Blanc Township officer, where they met the suspect and they engaged in gunfire with that particular individual, neutralizing that suspect, and that suspect is no longer with us. As I said, it is a 40-year-old male from Burton. During all this incident as well, there was a fire that occurred, and we believe that was deliberately set by the suspect. We do believe that we will find additional victims once we have that scene secure. That fire was just extinguished by the Grand Blanc Township Fire Department within the past hour. So where we go from here is we have investigators. We're going to do search warrants on the suspect's residence. We're going to find out if there was a motive. We're going to go through cell phone records, things like that.
Time to take a break, and coming up ahead, we'll get you all the updates from Karur, where Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will meet the injured and the families of those who died in the Saturday Stampede during a TVK rally led by Vijay. We'll get you all the updates on that big story and much more after a short break.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गर्म कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन्ड फॉर सुकून।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेक
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है। त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
राजा मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Madras High Court to hear TV case plea in the afternoon today. We'll be tracking the story very, very closely as the probe continues into the Karur Stampede. But now we take the headlines. Let's get started. India refuses Asia Cup trophy from PCB chief, celebrates empty-handed on stage BCCI to launch the protest. PM Modi, no minister, hail Team India after India beat Pakistan in Asia Cup final, gives reference of Operation Sindoor. Conflict spreads in tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh, 3 killed. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP, AIA-DMK slammed DMK for mismanagement. 4 dead, 8 injured in Michigan church shooting. Trump calls it attack on Christians. Viewers, breaking news coming in right now. Second mastermind of the Bareilly violence has been arrested. Police have been searching for Nadeem since the violence began. Nadeem had created a WhatsApp group and gathered the crowd. Nadeem was arrested in Shahjahanpur, Uttar Pradesh. So that's what we see right now. He was arrested in Shahjahanpur, Uttar Pradesh, viewers. And just taking you through exactly what has happened so far. This is the Bareilly violence which took place. Many people were detained already. This is stone pelting and violence which took place last Friday. Now, in the latest coming in, the second mastermind has been arrested. The second mastermind is Nadeem. Nadeem had created a WhatsApp group and gathered the crowd. Nadeem was arrested in Shahjahanpur, Uttar Pradesh. So that's what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Now, many of the writers are still being identified. Many of them have been identified through CCTV footage, drone surveillance, and manual intelligence. The Bareilly district police is trying to find more masterminds. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. All right, In a short while from now, the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is all set to arrive in Karur to take stock of the situation and meet the injured. The FM will be accompanied by the MOS for Parliamentary Affairs, L. Murugan at the hospital. At least 41 people, remember viewers, have died in the Karur Stampede tragedy. And Vijay's party has filed a petition in the Madras High Court demanding probe into the Stampede tragedy. The matter will be heard at 2:30 p.m. today in the afternoon. Now, this is what we see right now as we keep getting our viewers back-to-back updates on Republic TV. There's a lot happening today itself, because the first update, like we told you, is that FM Finance Minister Sitharaman will be meeting survivors and the families of the victims later on in the day. And after that, we will also be expecting that there will be a hearing later on around afternoon, and this will be regarding the Madras High Court going ahead and hearing the plea which has been filed by TVK seeking an independent probe. I'm going to go straight across to Sharda joining us. Sharda, let's put our focus on what is the latest we are getting for our viewers. Nirmala Sitharaman to arrive shortly in Karur. When is she arriving? And she's also being accompanied by L. Murugan and other ministers.
Yes, Shivangi, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and also the Communications Minister L. Murugan is accompanying her, along with the BJP State President Nainar Nagendran, will be arriving to this spot first in Karur. This is the exact same spot where the stampede happened. I'll request my Vijay Nanda to show the visuals where the stampede had happened day before yesterday night when Vijay was here for his political campaign. The first visual here shows how many the slippers of the people who had come here. We can see clear shots where multiple people have left their footwear on the ground when the stampede had happened. I'd also request my VJ to show on the right side where multiple huts and trees have also been damaged when the people try to escape the stampede. They try to climb on the tree, to climb on the sheds and escape through the terrace. And this is the exact place where 40 people had lost their lives, Shivangi. This is the exact spot we are at right now and bringing visuals live from the spot where many people fell unconscious and breathless after Vijay left this place for his political rally. This is where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be first visiting. Following this, she'll also be going to the village where we were just few minutes before to meet the victim's family, and she'll also be going to the hospital, meet the people who are injured and are still admitted to the hospital, and then finally speaking to the district collector, getting all the information that is required.
That's right. And let's talk about the second update we're tracking right now, Sharada. That is the Madras High Court to hear Vijay's TVK's plea seeking a probe. Now, what exactly do they mean by an independent probe? What does a TVK want? Because we do know that the TVK says that they are being blamed and it's a conspiracy by the DMK.
You're right, Shivangi. Now, the TVK has gone ahead and filed a petition in the Madras bench of Madras High Court seeking for a separate CBI probe into the Karur Stampede tragedy. This comes after the state government under MK Stalin has formed a separate commission under the former High Court Judge Aruna Jagadishan, and the commission has already started their probe. Yesterday we had Aruna Jagadishan right here at the spot, and today she's also speaking to the victims. However, the TVK claims that this is the work of the DMK done, and this is the allegation that is kept against DMK by the TVK leaders, and saying that if the probe that is done by the single person commission, it will not be unbiased, and pointing out that it will be biased. Now they are seeking for a separate unbiased petition probe to be done by the CBI, and the petition for the same is also submitted. Also today morning, and another probe was submitted by Adav Arjuna seeking protection for Vijay to come to Karur, and also in the petition is clearly mentioned that the probe that the petition is against the DMK former Minister Sendil Balaji, who is part of the who runs from Karur, the MLA from Karur, and he also points it out, telling that it is the man-made work of Sendil Balaji. It is a huge allegation kept against DMK by Adav Arjuna.
All right, thank you for joining us there with all those details, Sharada. I will be coming back to you for more on this story because we have a lot lined up from Karur today. Let's move ahead, viewers. Getting some of breaking news coming in from Bangladesh, where conflict has spread in tribal-dominated hilly region and people have been killed. Tension spread over the alleged rape of a tribal schoolgirl. A group called Jammu students held a protest against the rape. The clashes broke out between tribal and the Bengalis, viewers, and the Bangladesh government has banned and blocked the rally in this area. Now, viewers, the tensions remain high in the area and the army and the police have now been deployed right over there. Okay, so pictures coming in right now. Tribal school girl raped in Bangladesh, and after these allegations have come in, violence has led to 3 people losing their lives. At least 3 people have been killed. Many of them are injured as violence broke out in parts of southeastern Bangladesh hills between the tribemen and the settler Bengali community over the alleged gang rape of a tribal girl. The police confirmed the deaths of 3 men, even though we do not know their identities. On your screens, viewers, you can see the protesters attacking the security personnel, and we are also showing you all the images that we have got from Bangladesh after clashes have broken out. Things have turned extremely violent. Protesters setting each other's businesses and households on fire. This is just 270 kilometers northeast of Dhaka. Now we see that we're getting some more reactions coming in. Let's go and play them out.
So how do you see the unrest in Bangladesh? You know, just when we thought that things are getting back to normal, another protest happens over an alleged rape, and tensions flare up once again. How do you look at the situation in Bangladesh? Do you think the unrest is yet to die down?
Yes, you say rightly, especially the last what happened in Khagrachori. You know that the Khagrachori is from a hilly area from Bangladesh, in the 3 hilly areas, especially Rangamati, Bandarban and Khagrachori. And their location is close to the Indian Mizoram and a very close border sharing from Mizoram and also some border from Tripura. Especially Mizoram, the very close border. And very unfortunate.
All right, pictures coming in right now, viewers, of Nirmala Sitharaman, who's arrived in Karur, and this is her visit to meet the survivors and the families of the Karur tragedy. Pictures coming in on your screen, viewers. Pictures coming in. Union Finance Minister Sitharaman is visiting Karur to meet the survivors and the families of the victims of the devastating stampede that killed 41 people. And among those people who were killed were also children and women. So making this extremely, extremely tragic. Those pictures coming in. Sharada is joining us. Sharada is joining us live from the exact spot where the stampede took place. And Sharada, you know where you are. The strewn chappals, the strewn objects and possessions of those who survived and those who could not. It paints a very sad picture. Right now, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has arrived in Karur. Where will she go to next now?
Shivangi, we are right at the spot where the stampede happened day before yesterday, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has now reached the spot. We can see the visuals right in front of us as she's speaking to the important officials of the district, where she's also consulting them, asking them what exactly happened. She'll now be, following this inquiry, she'll now be looking at the spot where the stampede had happened. We had a VJ show you the exact spot just few minutes before, and she'll now be making sure what has gone wrong here. She'll be checking the entire place as to how the stampede exactly happened. She'll also be meeting the victims, and following that, she'll also be going to the hospital, Shivangi.
All right, so pictures coming in of the finance minister was reached, and she's also being accompanied by other top ministers. If you could help our viewers understand what exactly has been happening so far, because we have seen that almost all parties, all leaders have arrived in Karur to meet the injured, to meet the families of the victims, but there's somebody who has not come, and that somebody is Vijay.
Shivangi, so give a clear picture of what exactly happened here 2 days ago. Almost 15,000 people were crowded on the same roads where Vijay was to do a political rally. And the roads are very narrow and the roads will not take more than 2,000 people at this because the place is literally less than 1,000 square meter. And with the number of people turning out to meet actor Vijay, who recently turned into politician, marks his third rally here in Karur, had literally 15,000 people surround him and to meet him specially, and they had come here. However, there was a power cut as the youngsters who tried to meet actor Vijay climbed on trees and transformers. Following the power cut, there was a huge ruckus because people tried to go near the van of actor Vijay, and then that's when the exact issue started, because following that is when the police did the lathi charge against the people who tried to cross the borders and go on the road near the campaign van of actor Vijay. And following the lathi charge, many people were pushed together, and that's when the stampede happened. One climbed on other and multiple people fell down. And another reason is breathlessness because fatigue, because people were almost waiting for 10 hours on this particular road, hoping meeting actor Vijay, because he was set to come here at 12 noon, but there was a constant delay, and the actor came to this place only by evening 7 p.m., which was a huge issue, and that is the main reason that many people fainted.
That's right. That's right. Sharada, we have seen grief being poured in from across the country. We've seen President Draupadi Murmu say she was deeply pained by the loss of the lives, and even Prime Minister Modi has sanctioned an ex gratia of rupees 2 lakh from the PMNRF to the families and of the victims, and rupees 50,000 for the injured. So this has come in from the government, from the NDA-led government. But just speaking on these pictures coming in, just take our viewers through Finance Minister Nirmala, who is in Karur right now, and the blame game also, which has begun simultaneously.
Shivangi, the DMK and the TVK has constantly been blaming each other for this particular stampede that has happened. And while the AIDMK and BJP has asked for a separate probe on this issue, and now a CBI probe is also requested by the TVK members to look into this issue. And the BJP, not just the BJP leaders, but even the AIDMK leaders have given their support.
Right. Okay. Just staying with these pictures which are coming in right now, Finance Minister is visiting Karur to meet the injured at the hospital, and she just arrived a short while back. Sharada, we've seen the CM stand-in has ordered a judicial probe led by retired High Court Judge Justice Aruna Jagdishan to determine the cause of the tragedy and recommend safety measures for future events. However, now we see that the BJP has said this is not enough. This is a stand which the BJP has taken, so has the AIA-DMK.
Shivangi, so this new probe asked by the TVK is against the DMK because they are in thinking that there is alleging that a conspiracy is involved by the DMK, especially quoting the Karur MLA Sendil Balaji. They've also mentioned that the former minister of the DMK has hands on this particular tragedy. Is also saying that the permission was not given by them because Karur is a strong fort for DMK's leader Sendil Balaji, and that's the reason the initial permission was not given, and the accident was made on purpose with the help of the DMK. Was a big allegation kept by the TVK leaders.
All right, Shraddha continues to be with us right now, and pictures coming in of the Finance Minister who has just come to Karur a short while back, and she's about to meet the injured and the families of the victims. A lot of loopholes and lapses have also come out, and we have been highlighting that, Sharada, for our viewers, that why did the actor Vijay come so late? He was extremely late. Why didn't he not heed the warnings which were given by the Madras High Court earlier? And why did the actor not make sure there were proper arrangements? Why were there such less police personnel on the spot, Sharda?
Well, the ADGP continues to say that there was 500 people employed on this particular road for people, for the police to take care of the people in case a commotion arises. But however, the BJP leader K. Annamalai has given an explanation saying that the 500 was including the technical staff that include the bomb squad and the CRPF as well, but not only the police. There was no DGP assigned for this particular road, for this particular political rally that happened on this road, and also no PCs were appointed to say if there was a commotion that created. They did not have a pre-plan, and while police gives an explanation saying that only a people of 10,000 was expected, the BJP and the AIDMK points out if it is a failure on the IAS of the police thinking if only 10,000 people will be turning out for a political rally, and that's not a reason that they can give.
Right, Sharadha. So the pictures coming in, the Karur town police has already filed a case against many of the TVK officials. Especially cases have been filed in the BNS sections 109, culpable homicide not amounted to murder, 110, attempting to commit culpable homicide, 125B, act endangering life or personal safety of others, 223, which that is disobedience to order duly promulgated by a public servant. So these are some of the sections I was reading from the BNS. I'm coming back to you right now, Sharda. And Sharda, if you could just help our viewers understand also, what the cops are saying, because this one point we have to highlight, that even though the TVK organizers gave an estimate of around 10,000 turning up for that rally, there was a different picture altogether. More than 50,000 or so people, or maybe even double of that, double of the initial expectation of the crowd, saw the stampede take place, and that led to the stampede because there was absolute overcrowding at the rally and there were no proper arrangements in place.
Yes, Shivang, it's completely right. While the police say that the 10,000 was the number they believed on, but the number increased up on and on and on. It came up to 50,000, but still, the police continue to say that even that comes up to single police for 40 people is what they had planned. We had a ADGP Davidson explaining this to us yesterday, but saying that if one was equal to 40, however, the stampede should not have happened because the police should have controlled the situation. But eyewitnesses and the families of the victims told us clearly that not even a single police official was found at the place where the stampede what happened, and they had initially, after doing the lathi charge, the police had moved away from the location, and following which is the stampede had happened. So this shows how the negligence of the police had happened here yesterday when the stampede happened.
That's right, Shraddha. Pictures coming in right now of the Finance Minister Nirmala in Karur, and we're also highlighting the lapses and loopholes which are coming out because the probe has been already ordered by the Tamil Nadu CM. However, the other parties say that is not enough. Thank you, Shraddha, for those pictures and for telling us what is happening. I'll be coming back to you for more in a short while.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A walkathon was organized on the occasion of World Heart Day to raise awareness on heart health and care. Organizer of the walkathon, Dr. Parvez Ahmed, called the walkathon a heart awareness campaign and said that people should be aware of how to avoid these illnesses, especially heart diseases. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan visits the Dholi Hill and also offers prayers and seeks blessings of Lord Shiva at the historical premises. Pradhan said the foundation of New Odisha will be laid with the development of this area.
ईसा पूर्व 261 में उड़िया समाज के लोग, कलिंग साम्राज्य के लोग मगध के साथ जो युद्ध हुई थी, जिसके नाम कलिंग युद्ध के नाम पे जिसको जाना जाता है, इसी क्षेत्र में जहां हम लोग खड़े हैं, उसी क्षेत्र में आज से लगभग 2300 साल पहले ये लड़ाई हुई थी। मेरे पूर्वजों ने यही जगह पे बिना हारे लड़ाई किए थे। उड़िया अस्मिता, उड़िया स्वाभिमान, उड़िया पराक्रम की ये पवित्र भूमि में मैं आज आके नवरात्रि के अवसर पे, आज अष्टमी की तिथि है, आज की तिथि में मैं यहाँ आके बहुत
Another news coming in, river rafting activities on the Chenab River resumed after remaining suspended since Operation Sinduran, the recent spate of landslides and heavy rains that affected the region.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए।
This is Republic Jack Oliver Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च।
And here's a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at 11:30 a.m. this Monday morning. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman visited Karur, takes stock of the situation, also to meet the victim's family next. India refuses Asia Cup trophy from PCB chief, celebrate empty-handed on stage. BCCI to lodge protest. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister hail Team India after India beat Pak in Asia Cup final, gives reference of Operation Sindoor. Conflict spreads in tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh. 3 people have been killed. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede case. TVK alleges a DMK conspiracy. BJP AIADMK slammed the DMK for mismanagement. 4 dead and 8 people have been injured in Michigan church shooting. Trump calls it attack on Christians. And we start this edition with some breaking news that's coming in from the state of Karnataka, where the state has been reeling under floods. Now, there are specific areas where there are river waters that are overflowing, and the area hence has been completely inundated. This one is about the Bhima River that has triggered severe flooding in Kalaburgi. Villages have been submerged and roads have been cut off. There's heavy water released from Maharashtra and Ujjaini reservoirs to Bhima and Kaninga rivers to overflow in Kalaburgi district. Several villages have been flooded with houses that are submerged and the connecting bridge underwater. Now, the Kangina river entered Vishwadarya Tapovana Matha near the villages, and then we see that there have been a huge chaos that ensued, after which villagers were seen rescuing others. Makeshift boats have been made and victims have been shifted to relief camps, and they have also expressed their anger. Also, Nagendra is joining us live on the broadcast on that. Nagendra, what is the situation currently in Kalaburgi? We see that the area has been completely inundated, connectivity has been completely cut off.
देखिए, लगभग 4 दिन से बहुत सारा पानी को महाराष्ट्र से छोड़ रहा है। इसके वजह से भीमा रिवर से ओवरफ्लो होके कलबुर्गी डिस्ट्रिक्ट और यादगिरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट एंड बीदर, ये तीनों डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बहुत सारा फ्लड सिचुएशन आ चुका है। देखिए, कल 3 दिन से बहुत सारा लोग उन फ्लड का बीच में फंस गया था। उन लोगों को रेस्क्यू करने के लिए रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन टीम भी आ चुका था, लेकिन कल का एक स्वामी जी का एक मठ में एक स्वामी जी फंस गया था। उसको सेव करने के लिए रेस्क्यू टीम को इन्फॉर्म किया था, लेकिन रेस्क्यू टीम आने का भी पहला वही ग्राम का वही विलेज का थोड़ा लोग एक प्लास्टिक ड्रम से एक बोट जैसा बना के वो स्वामी जी को उसको ऊपर बिठा के उसको रेस्क्यू करने का काम वही लोकलाइट किया है। उसके बाद रेस्क्यू टीम भी आ चुका है। देखिए, बहुत सारा हाईवेज ब्लॉक हो चुका है, बहुत सारा व्हीकल, मतलब नॉर्थ इंडिया से इधर आया था बहुत सारा व्हीकल, मतलब बड़ा बड़ा हेवी व्हीकल्स पूरा कल लास्ट 3 दिन से वही रास्ते पे खड़ा हो चुका है, क्योंकि बहुत सारा हाईवेज ब्लॉक हो चुका है। इसका वजह से लगभग दूर दूर से हेवी व्हीकल्स पूरा वही 3 दिन से एक ही जगह में रुका है। वो लोग भी अभी 3 दिन से खाना नहीं मिल रहा है, पानी नहीं मिल रहा है, वो लोग भी अभी गलाटा भी कर रहा है। लेकिन हमको एक एक गाड़ी छोड़ने के बाद छोड़ दिया तो हमको भी हेल्प होगा बोल के वो लोग भी अभी डिमांड रखे। देखिए कलबुर्गी में बहुत सारा ग्राम मतलब विलेज जब अभी फ्लड से भर चुका है। देखिए एक विलेज है, वो विलेज में लगभग 50 to 60 घर है, वो पूरा घर अभी फ्लड से पूरा भर चुका है, पानी आ चुका है। इसका वजह से उन लोगों को अभी दूसरा जगह को लेके जाने के लिए मतलब उन लोगों को एक सेंटर को लेके जाके छोड़ने के लिए प्लानिंग भी कर रहे हैं। देखिए कल 3 दिन से बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम कलबुर्गी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हो रहा है। कलबुर्गी डिस्ट्रिक्ट इंचार्ज प्रियांक खड़गे भी ऑफिसर्स को इन्फॉर्मेशन किया है अभी कितना प्रॉब्लम हुआ है, किधर प्रॉब्लम है, उधर जाके खुद ऑफिसर उन लोगों को रेस्क्यू करके दूसरा जगह मतलब सेफ जगह को छोड़ने के लिए खुद इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है। इसलिए ऑफिसर भी अभी काम पे बन चुका है। देखिए एक नॉर्थ कर्नाटक मतलब कलबुर्गी एक ही डिस्ट्रिक्ट में
Absolutely, Nagendra, I request you to stay with me. Yes, Nagendra, I'm extremely sorry. I'll have to cut into live visuals that we're getting in from Karur in Tamil Nadu, where Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has reached the Karur hospital, government hospital, where the victims of the stampede have been shifted. She will be meeting the family members of the injured victims. Remember, 41 people have already died as Stampede took place in TVK Vijay's rally. The incident happened on Saturday. 48 hours later, we now learn that Vijay will also be meeting the victim's family. But the live visuals on your screen right now, where Nirmala Sitharaman is at the Karur Government Hospital to meet the injured victims and their family members. Sharda is continuing to stay with me on the broadcast. Sharda, please share more details on what's happening on ground zero.
Well, Nirmala Sitharaman has now reached the government Karur hospital where multiple people are admitted, and she's also, apart from meeting the 51 injured people in the ICU, she'll also be talking to the doctors, checking what has happened right now, and you'll be getting the latest details because until day before yesterday the death toll was 39 and yesterday it became 40 and today morning it became 41. So she'll also be getting to know the conditions of if there are any serious patients from the stampede who are still in the ICU and if they are still in critical condition, and what are the treatment plans that they have. And following this plan, she'll also be going and meeting the victims, the families of the deceased. She'll also be going and talking to them. She'll be going to 3 houses in the village nearby who lost their family members in this particular stampede. And also apart from this, Nirmala Sitharaman has taken a full detailed information from the district collector, and she will also be giving a press meet right after a meeting in the hospital with the patients.
Right. Shada, we learned that it is later in the day when TVK Chief Vijay will also be meeting the victim's family. But the catch here is that he's doing this act after 48 hours after the stampede happened, that too in his own political rally.
Well, in the next 48 hours, we can expect TVK leader Vijay to come to Karur to meet the victims. But as you mentioned, the catch is the probe has been submitted in the Madras Bench of High Court by his party's General Secretary Adav Arjuna, seeking protection and safety for actor Vijay. And with that is when the actor can come back into the town of Karur. Because we know that the stampede happened, and though not people are directly blaming at actor Vijay, there are multiple other reasons that require the protection of actor, because another situation like this should be avoided, and that is the foremost thing that the TVK party is now looking for, because once they know the star is coming back to Karur, there will be multiple fans trying to come and meet the actor again, and to make sure that no such accidents happen again is why the party is now seeking protection for the leader. And also it was just 2 days ago the entire incident happened, and Vijay left Karur and was in Chennai, and it is only today morning he stepped out from his Chennai residence. So we can hope that actor Vijay will again try to come back to Karur and meet the people, and also won't stop his political campaign.
Right. Also, Sharda, talk to us about if there's any action that has been taken yet against those who organized this political rally, on why there was a delay, on why there were more number of people than it was allowed in the ground, because this is a severe cause of concern. There are lapses that have come to fore, but has any action been taken yet on any of the officials or in fact the TVK chief himself?
No, Shivangi, an inquiry is underway, and a summons for the party leaders, Adhav Arjuna Busi Anand, and the TVK district leader Muruganandam has also been given. This will come after the probe is conducted at 2:30, and only after a full investigation and inquiry will the party leaders will be arrested or not is something we will know, because the ADGP has clearly stated a complete inquiry will be done apart from the single person commission that the state government has appointed. The police will also be doing a separate investigation, and that is still underway, and and after only they find the main reason for what how the stampede was caused is when an arrest is made, and we can expect if any of the TVK district officials will be arrested or not for not organizing the political rally properly. Also, what we have to notice here is there's a case filed only against the party for the political rally, but not against actor Vijay, who is the leader of the party.
Right, Sharda, for the moment, stay with me because I'm getting in those live visuals. Let's just describe to our viewers on what's happening on camera right now. This is Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who is in the Karur Government Hospital to meet the survivors and families of the victims of the devastating stampede that had killed 41 people and had left over 50 injured during actor-turned-politician Vijay's TVK rally. And this happened on 27th of September. And with that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll keep getting you the live updates on Nirmala Sitharaman's visit to Karur, where stampede victims have been shifted to.
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी। हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो,
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. And sometimes it drapes you in colors, fresh and new. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है. अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी. और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है. साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा.
Thank you for staying with Republic. And there's more breaking news that's coming in from Bangladesh, where conflict has spread in the tribal-dominated hilly region and people have been killed as tensions have spread over the alleged rape of a tribal schoolgirl. A group called Jammu students held a protest against the rape. Clashes have broken out between the tribal and the Bengalis there. The Bangladesh government has banned and blocked the rally in the area. Tensions have remained high in the area, and that the army police have also been deployed. We also spoke to Prashanta, who is a senior Bangladeshi journalist. Let's listen into what he had to say on the current situation of Bangladesh.
See the unrest in Bangladesh, just when we thought that things are getting back to normal, another protest happens over an alleged rape, and tensions flare up once again. How do you look at the situation in Bangladesh? Do you think the unrest is yet to die down?
Yes, you say rightly, especially the last what happened in Khagrachori. You know that the Khagrachori is from a hilly area from Bangladesh, in the three hilly areas, especially Rangamati, Bandarban and Khagrachori. And their location is close to the Indian Mizoram and a very close border sharing from Mizoram, and also some border from Tripura. Especially Mizoram, the very close border. And very unfortunately, you see that the 3 people died at that kind of clash. But what the behind reason you see in the present unrest situation in the hilly area? What the behind reason? We see that there is some actually geopolitical interest, and another is a conflict of ethnicity from there. That is a differentiate between the Bengali Bangladeshi people versus the tribe people. So that is one kind of phenomenal ground from that kind of clash. But unfortunately, our law and order situation authority, they can actually one kind of allied or blame that only the UPDF. You know that the UPDF is one kind of front from the tribe groups, that is United People Democratic Front. So they can blame our ISP last night, they can blame that the whole incident, the main culprit will be they can decided that UPD. But I'm very unfortunate for that. Why they can blame from one-sided statement? This is a one-sided statement for the UPDF when you can just main victim or main conflict for this from that kind of incident or clash. So you have polarized, or you have from very sophisticated from one standard, and that you cannot grasp the main issue and main focal for the incident. You see that the hill is all time the very crucial point for the any other country, especially look in Bangladesh. But in hill area, you know that there's a lots of time, there's a clash between the Bangladeshi versus the origin of the tribe people. So why the reasons you have to settle down, and the conflict is begun. We all know that from the newspaper and other media. This is from very crystal clear, the rape case, and that the rape case is the one kind of issues, and that under the rape case, the one there's the local platform, that is Jumma platform, Jumma Chhatra Samaj, and they having a protest from this the rape case, and they haven't come from the road, and that's some vandalizing issues, the local something here. But why the law enforcement authority are there very several nearest distance? But why the reason you have to do that kind of clash between the local Bangladeshi versus the tribe? So the law and order, I think my observation, law and order from this the Guimar and also in Khagrachuri, there's completely actually a failure for that kind of a clash between from that. That's why we see that at least 3 kills, but we know that there's a lots of injured are there. 20 plus people are seriously injured from that kind of clash and anti-clash. And you see that the motive actually in the hill versus in the local Bangladesh is not from a very good symptom and good sign for that, because we all are the thing, people, all of the here from the Bangladesh.
All right, moving on. At the end of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov addressed the world leaders and top diplomats. Here's a look on what he had to say while addressing the UNGA summit.
Более того, все чаще звучат угрозы применения силы против России, которая обвиняет в том, что она чуть ли не планирует напасть на Североатлантический альянс и Евросоюз. Президент Путин не раз развенчивал подобные провокации. У России не было и нет подобных намерений, однако любая агрессия против моей страны получит решительный отпор. На этот счет не должно быть никаких сомнений у тех в НАТО и Евросоюзе, кто не только убеждает своих избирателей в неизбежности войны с Россией и заставляет их затягивать пояса, но и в открытую заявляет о подготовке к нападению на нашу
We meet at a historic moment. Russia's brutal war aggression against Ukraine continues to rage. New technologies are transforming the very character of warfare, and the rules-based international order that has preserved our peace is under direct and deliberate challenge. As Latvians say, he who is ready is never taken by surprise, and Latvia knows what this means.
From our perspective, the threat assessment is clear. Russia poses a long-term threat to Euro-Atlantic security. Terrorism remains a persistent threat. Europe and the alliance is being tested in every way possible. So that the task is to equip our forces for the threats and challenges of today and those of tomorrow. Russia continues a pattern of provocations, most recently recklessly violating the airspace of Poland and Estonia. And here I really want to thank and welcome NATO's immediate response commencing Eastern Sentry. This serves as a tangible example of NATO's decisive response. The intensity of Russia's drone attacks against Ukraine has created incidents in several allied countries, among them also here in Latvia.
It's time for us to slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the live visuals from Karur, where Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, has reached to meet the victims. Also, after the break is the biggest controversy on the Asia Cup. India says no trophy, no problem as they celebrate the victory without the cup.
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, top headlines. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman visits Karur, meets injured attendees and takes stock of the situation. India refuses Asia Cup trophy from PCB chief, celebrates empty-handed on stage at BCCI to lodge protest. PM Modi and Home Minister hail Team India after India beat Pakistan in Asia Cup final, gives reference of Operation Sindhu. Conflict spreads in tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh, 3 killed. Political blame game begins in Karur Stampede. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP, AIADMK slams DMK for mismanagement. 4 dead, 8 injured in Michigan church shooting. Trump calls an attack on Christians. are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shakla getting you the latest. Breaking massive updates are coming in right now from POK. A big protest against Shehbaz Sharif government. In fact, what we are learning so far is that Rawalkot in POK is under complete lockdown as we speak, viewers. And the protesters have made a slew of demands, including abolition of privileges, of running elites, end of assembly seats in the name of refugees residing in Pakistan, free and equal education, employment of Shahid Azhar's brother, establishment of international airport, prevention of timber smuggling, elimination of quota for refugees residing in Pakistan in jobs. So this is what we see right now, viewers. We're getting these pictures coming in. Massive protests are happening as we speak in POK, where the demands are ringing louder and louder. Now, what are the demands? The demands, like I read them out, but these protests are specifically against Shehbaz Sharif government in POK. Now, POK is witnessing one of its largest protests in recent history. You can see how many people have turned up in large numbers. There's a big call for shutter down and wheel jam strike, potentially indefinite, has triggered heightened tensions with Islamabad, deploying security forces and cutting internet access from midnight to curb the mobilization. I want to go across to Soumya, who's joining us live right now. Soumya, what we see is a huge traction when it comes to the protests. They are citing decades of being ill-treated, decades of economic neglect, and they are standing up against the Shehbaz Sharif government. Yes.
Yes, well, Shivangi, as you correctly mentioned, that this is one of the biggest protests in the recent times that the Shehbaz Sharif government will experience with regards to POK. Now, this protest is spearheaded by Awami Action Committee in coordination with thousands of civilians based out of POK amidst the demands for complete lockdown in POK. Now, there are certain demands that have been made with regards to this protest. One of the important one being a call for abolishing 12 seats in the assembly reserved specifically for the Kashmiri refugees. Then there is also renegotiation of hydropower agreements so that the communities benefit directly from the power generated through the dams. So this is what we are picking up at the moment. However, this particular demand by the AAC that 12 seats reservation should be abolished is the big one, as it's a direct pushback to the proxy political framework.
Hold on for a second. Being joined by Major General KK Sinha joining us right now. I want to go across to a guest defense expert joining us. Thank you for joining us here, Major General. I hope you can hear me. And obviously, you know, this is something that we have been highlighting again and again, how POK has been neglected by Pakistan. And now they are not standing down. They are demanding many things which I just read out. But they are together when it comes to the message they want to send. That is that we cannot be neglected anymore. That's what is happening in POK.
Jai Hind and good afternoon. Yeah, of course, what we are saying, you know, that is, and today is the 29th of September. This is the date was given by them, you know, the people of POK and the organization of POK. This is the date they have decided that they will go all out. And that is to start up with the demand. The way they have been treated all over the, you know, since the formation of Pakistan and the POK, when they snatched from India. That is the time, you know, they have been standing and they were very vocal about it. But this is the last call they have given. This is exactly from their side. If you keep in mind, you know, what the Raksha Mantri of India has been saying about it, that the POK, you know, the people of the POK wants to join India and the POK will come back to us without fighting. I think, you know, he was hinting this only because the discontent has gone that much up because everyone, you know, takes all benefit of POK, whether it is water, resources, you know, because they are fighting for the water because this has been taken and the electricity has not been given. It has been taken by China and it's also taken by the Pakistan. They are left high and dry. The timber, which is there, you know, in the huge quantity, that is also been taken by, and they actually even export the timber from the POK outside, and they do not get money for that. It is a peanut-based state, and the corruption and the way they have been treated. I think this is the beginning of start. When we say the beginning of a start, is the start something, of the way the balkanization of Pakistan is taking place. You can hear this type of voice coming from Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Sindh, now POK. POK, of course, it was much more before this date they have been fighting, including Gilgit-Baltistan. So when we talk about the POK, that is about 37,000 square kilometer. We also talk about the Gilgit-Baltistan, 34,000 square kilometer. The people over there also demanding, and they're fighting for their rights. So I think the uprising, when it starts, the civil war starts, it starts with a demand, and thereafter it takes a different shape. India is aware about it, and we are talking about it. And the people of Pakistan, which is 25 crores, out of that, a percentage which is there in POK and Gilgit-Baltistan is totally aligned with India now. I think, this is a time when we have to do something, and this is the last push we have to give it, and the POK will ask.
Yes. Well, thank you for joining us there, Major General KK Sinha. Also being joined by Major Samarpal Toor, joining us on Republic TV. Major Toor, now, what we see right now is that once again, Pakistan is going back to its old tactic of controlling these protests. That is, harsh presence on the ground, putting their police, putting their military on the ground. And that's exactly what the people of POK do not want. They are saying that they are done with the high-handedness of the Pakistan armed forces and the government there.
You see, the information regarding this protest has already been, it was announced approximately 15 days ago. And, around that time, there has been an influx of the Pakistani Rangers, the Pakistani police, the Pakistan territorial army, which is there, So the issue is that they have been demanding 12 assembly seats in which purely the people of Gilgit-Baltistan should have their representatives. But unfortunately, what Pakistan has been doing is that they have been planting their own retired military veterans for these 12 seats for POJK. And that is one of the major reasons why the pure and full control of POJK remains with the Pakistan military establishment. Secondly, they have been neglected in terms of employment, medical facilities, and basic amenities and jobs. So because of this, there has been a lot of resentment, and then there have been power outages for many hours, high taxation on electricity bill for whatever number of hours they get. They are, charged very high bills, and medical amenities are very limited. They have to go to Islamabad for it, and for that they need to take permissions to cross certain checkpoints. So basically, it has become more of a harassment for the people of Gilgit and Baltistan. And that is one of the major reasons why they have come down on this, this protest which is taking place at a mass scale. And to counter this, the Pakistanis have also imported a chemical which will be mixed in the water and sprayed onto the protesters, which it is eventually being said by the agencies that it causes rashes, skin irritation, and skin disease as well to those who have the, lesser immune system. So this is the amount of tactics that they've been doing. There are going to be mass arrests, and, the colleges and schools have already been shut for the past 1 week. So, this is definitely going to flare up, and it is an open statement and an invitation to the Indian government as well to make use of the 24 reserved seats for POJK. And the Indian government should take a call and appoint representatives in our Lok Sabha itself for representing, Gilgit-Baltistan as well. Because if we don't start it now, I think it's going to be too late. So now is the time where the Indian government takes a call and the people of Gilgit and Baltistan come in sync with the Indian government, and we move ahead for a permanent solution to Gilgit-Baltistan.
Right. Okay. Thank you for joining us there, Major Samarpadur. We are seeing protests break out in POK, one of the biggest protests that we have seen recently. And I want to go back to Soumya, who's joining us right now. Soumya, I'm coming across to you. Now we see that the protesters are very, very clear that if their demands are not met, this is just their plan A. What we see right now, those pictures, the lockdown, the protests is just plan A. They will become more harsh and they will go to their plan B, C, D, E. They want their demands to be met. Soumya.
Yes, well, see, Shivangi, as mentioned by Major Toor as well, the undercurrents were there. There has been a build-up and now it has flared up and it will continue to do so if the demands are not met. Now, we have seen the Pakistani government and the security forces are also analyzing what the situation could be on ground. Hence, there has been a proper deployment of forces since last night. The internet access has been completely cut off so that there is no mobilization of protesters. Now the sources on ground are suggesting that the Pakistani government is fearing that if the protest escalates, it might lead to certain big border demands. Border demands mean here that a potential demand for freedom from Pakistan as well. So even now, if we go through the demands, one of the major demands here that was made by the protesters and the committee which is spearheading this protest is abolishing a call for abolishment of the 12 seats reserved in the assembly for the Kashmiri refugees. It is one of the important demands that has been made because it is a direct pushback to the proxy political framework there in Pakistan, because that's how the Pakistani government has been over the years, has been able to control the politics there in POK, has had a direct control over Muzaffarabad. Now, this will have a direct impact and people are argumenting in favor of this, saying that this particular thing hampers and distorts the direct local representation of POJK, and also Islamabad has a direct say whatever has to happen politically wise there in POJK. So these are the developments that we are picking up at the moment.
All right, protests break out in POK in Pakistan. Of course, this is huge coming in because finally the people there are revolting against the Shehbaz Sharif government. Breaking news coming in, viewers, from the national capital now. A major cyber fraud busted and an African national has now been arrested. That is right. By the way, this African national who defrauded over 100 women of crores of rupees, the accused used to trap these women by posing as a UK-based Korean jeweler. And then he created a fake profile under the name Duck Young and lured them with promises of friendship and business partnership. The police are investigating the accused network and establishing a list of other victimized women. Akhil is joining us right now. Akhil, I'm coming across to you. Major cyber fraud busted. African national has been arrested. This African national defrauded 100 women. That too, crores of rupees has been siphoned off from these women on fraud charges.
That's right, Shivangi. If you see, the Shatra district of the Delhi police has busted a cyber network racket, and what we have seen that a person, an African national, has been arrested by the Delhi police, in which what we have got to learn that during the investigation process, the Shatra district administration has basically found out the accused basically hailed from UK. And if you see, he has basically he has been hiding his identity and posing as a jeweler from Korea. So he basically he hid his identity before all those women. And if you see, there were several complaints filed against the Delhi police, in which what we have seen that initially the accused basically used the similar kind of modus operandi across several women when he sent those text messages to these women, in which he has said that when he arrived over here in India at Mumbai airport, then he was basically detained by the Mumbai police team, and there he started asking money to these women, and after that, after luring these women, he basically siphoned on approximately several lakh rupees from several women. So right now the police is investigating this entire matter. In this case, what we have also got to learn that there's a wider network working in this case. So on that, Delhi police is also working at this moment.
All right, thank you for getting those details, Akhil. We have to move ahead right now to some of the other stories you're tracking. Next, we are getting you all the other updates coming in Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
A walkathon has been organized on the occasion of the World Heart Day to raise awareness on heart health and care. Organizers of the walkathon, Dr. Parvez Ahmed, called the walkathon a heart awareness campaign and said that people should be aware of how to avoid these illnesses, especially heart disease. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan visits Dhauli Hills and also offers prayers and seeks blessings of Lord Shiva at the historical premises. Pradhan said that the foundation of new Odisha will be laid with the development of this area.
इसी क्षेत्र का विकास से ही नव उत्कल का, नव उड़ीसा का, नया उड़ीसा का गठन होगा और उड़ीसा ही मजबूत होने से, पूर्वोदय होने से ही भारत मजबूत होगा। विकसित भारत की मार्ग धौली से आएगा।
River rafting activities on the Chenab River resumed after remaining suspended since Operation Sindoor and the recent spate of landslides and heavy rains that affected the region. Getting to some updates coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV. Let's go straight across to what is happening in Ladakh. Curfew enters day 6. LG calls a meeting. Now, this is happening as Ladakh Lieutenant Governor Kavinder Gupta calls a meeting at LG Secretariat on day 6 of curfew. LG Gupta leaves Raj Nivas for LG Secretariat meeting called to discuss the prevailing situation and relaxation and curfew to be given. CRPF, ITBP and lay police, all of them are part of this meeting. Chief Secretary Dr. Pawan Kotwal, DGP Dr. S.T. Singh, Jamwal also to attend this meeting. So a big meeting taking place, viewers, because the situation in Ladakh has been quite tense ever since we saw those protests break out. A couple of meetings, the security meetings are taking place as the curfew remains. And viewers, let's go to US, where an eatery was attacked in North Carolina, resulting in deaths of 3 people. Here's more on what's happening in the United States.
Shooter incident unfolded Saturday night in Southport, North Carolina, sparking an urgent police response and a wave of shock throughout the coastal community. Authorities report that the shooting began around 9:30 p.m. at the American Fish Company, a popular waterfront bar located in the Southport Yacht Basin, where the Cape Fear River, Intracoastal Waterway, and Atlantic Ocean converge. Eyewitnesses tell of a gunman who arrived at the scene by boat. The shooter pulled up alongside the dockside restaurant, paused briefly, and then opened fire into a crowd of patrons, fatally wounding 3 people and injuring at least 8 others. The assailant then fled the area via the same vessel, heading toward Oak Island through the Intracoastal Waterway. In response to immediate reports of shots fired and multiple injuries, law enforcement swiftly declared an active shooter situation within the Southport Yacht Basin area. Residents were urgently advised to avoid the vicinity and remain indoors for their safety while first responders flooded the scene. The Brunswick County Sheriff's Office and Southport Police, alongside multiple other law enforcement agencies from the county, launched a coordinated investigation as emergency medical teams tended to the wounded. Police confirmed the shooter had not been apprehended initially, but within 30 minutes, a suspect matching the description was located by the U.S. Coast Guard at a public boat ramp in Oak Island and detained by Oak Island Police. Southport's Public Information Officer, Cheyenne Ketchum, confirmed that police are now questioning the individual in connection with the shooting. Authorities emphasized there are no other suspects believed to be involved and that there is currently no known further threat to the public. This tragic incident sent ripples of fear and concern through the local community. The American Fish Company has long been a favored gathering spot known for its outdoor live music and vibrant atmosphere. Saturday night had been no exception, with the band scheduled to perform until 10 p.m. Residents and witnesses shared their shock and prayers for the victims and first responders across social media. Calls for calm and vigilance remain as police continue to investigate the circumstances surrounding the shooting, looking to determine any motive while ensuring the safety of the community. Southport, home to roughly 4,300 residents, is a small city situated at the mouth of the Cape Fear River, about 10 miles south of Wilmington. The city's serene coastal setting was violently disrupted by this act of gun violence, marking one of the deadliest incidents in the region in recent memory. Law enforcement urges anyone with information about the shooting to come forward and report suspicious activity immediately by dialing 911. The community remains on edge, hoping for answers and swift justice as the investigation unfolds.
And viewers, there's a lot happening in Bangladesh. A lot of protests, conflict has spread in tribal-dominated hilly region and people have been killed. Tensions are spreading over the alleged rape of a tribal schoolgirl. A group called Jummu students held a protest against the rape, and clashes broke out between the tribal and the Bengalis. Now, pictures on your screen are showing exactly what happened. You can see the kind of clashes which have taken place. Now, the Bangladesh government has banned and blocked the rallies in the area, and tensions remain high in the area. The army and the police have been deployed there.
You see the unrest in Bangladesh. Just when we thought that things are getting back to normal, another protest happens over an alleged rape, and tensions flare up once again. How do you look at the situation in Bangladesh? Do you think the unrest is yet to die down?
Yes, you said rightly, especially the last what happened in Khagrachori. You know that the Khagrachori is from a hilly area from Bangladesh, in the three hilly areas, especially Rangamati, Bandarban and Khagrachori. And their location is close to the Indian Mizoram and a very close border sharing from Mizoram and also some border from Tripura. Especially Mizoram, the very close border. And very unfortunately, you see that the three people died at that kind of clash. But what the behind reason you see in the present unrest situation in the hilly area? What the behind reason? We see that there is some actually geopolitical interest, and another is a conflict of ethnicity from there. That is a differentiate between the Bengali Bangladeshi people versus the tribe people. So that is one kind of phenomenological ground from that kind of clash. But unfortunately, our law and order situation authority, they can actually one kind of lie or blame that only the UPDF. You know that the UPDF is one kind of front from the tribe groups, that is United People Democratic Front. So they can blame our ISP last night. They can blame that the whole incident, the main culprit will be they can decided that UPDF. But I'm very unfortunate for that. Why they can blame from one-sided statement? This is a one-sided statement for the UPDF when you can just main victim or main conflict for this from that kind of incident or clash. So you have polarized, or you have from very sophisticated from one standard, and that you cannot grasp the main issue and main focal for the incident. You see that the hill is all-time the very crucial point for the any other country, especially look in Bangladesh. But in hill area, you know that there's a lots of time, there's a clash between the Bangladeshi versus the origin of the tribe people. So why the reasons? You have to settle down, and the conflict is begun. We all know that from the newspaper and other media. This is from very crystal clear, the rape case, and that the rape case is the one kind of issues, and that under the rape case, the one there's the local platform, that is Jumma platform, Jumma Chhatra Samaj, and they haven't protest from this the rape case, and they haven't come from the road, and that some vandalizing issues, the local something here. But why the law enforcement authority are there very several nearest distance? But why the reason you have to do that kind of clash between the local Bangladeshi versus the tribe? So the law and order, I think my observation, law and order from this the Guimar and also in Khagrachuri. There's completely actually a failure for that kind of a clash between from that. That's why we see that at least 3 killed. But we know that there's lots of injured are there. 20 plus people are seriously injured from that kind of clash and anti-clash. And you see that the motive actually in the hill versus in the local Bangladesh is not from a very good symptom and good sign for that, because we all are the thing, people, all of the here from the Bangladesh.
Viewers, we are getting you much more coming right up here live and breaking. On the other side, we'll put our focus on what's happening in Karur. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is visiting Karur and is taking stock of the situation. India refuses Asia Cup trophy from the PCB chief, celebrates empty-handed on stage. BCCI to lodge a protest.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. And sometimes it drapes you in colors, fresh and new. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. संसार
a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत कम है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमई
And here are the top headlines that we're tracking at 12:30 p.m. this Monday afternoon. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman visits Karur, meets injured attendees and takes stock of the situation. India refuses Asia Cup trophy from PCB chief, celebrate empty hand on stage, BCCI to lodge protest. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister hail Team India after India beat Pak in Asia Cup final, gives reference of Operation Sindoor. Conflict spreads in tribal-dominated hilly region of Bangladesh. 3 people have been killed. Political blame game erupts in the Karur Stampede case. TVK alleges DMK conspiracy. BJP, AIA-DMK slammed the DMK for mismanagement. Trouble mounts for Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif as thousands stage protest in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 4 dead and 8 injured in Michigan church shooting. Trump calls it an attack on Christians. And we start this edition with the big breaking news that's coming in, and this one is from Karur, where Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has visited Karur and has taken the stock of the situation and met the injured. The Finance Minister was accompanied by MOS for Parliamentary Affairs L. Murugan at the hospital. At least 41 people have been died in the Karur Stampede tragedy, and Vijay's party has filed a petition in the Madras High Court demanding probe into the Stampede tragedy. The matter will be heard at 2:30 p.m. today. Shada is joining us live from Bengaluru on that note. Shada, please share more details about the TVK's plea that will come up for hearing today late in the afternoon.
Right, the TVK has submitted a plea seeking a CBI probe into this Karur Stampede tragedy, because after the state government appointed a single commission, former Judge Aruna Dagadishan had come to the location where she already assessed what led to the stampede, following which the TVK had also asked for a separate probe into this, stating that they feel that it would be a biased investigation done by the state government, also saying that the DMK has a hand involved behind this. It's a big allegation kept by TVK, and a separate affidavit was also given by the party's General Secretary Adav Arjuna, quoting that DMK might not give a unbiased investigation into this Karur Stampede tragedy, and that's the reason they are asked for a CBI probe into this. Also indirectly extending their support, AIADMK and BJP also asked for the Supreme Court and the High Court sitting bench to have a case run on this Karur Stampede tragedy.
Right. In fact, I believe you're reporting from outside the government hospital in Karur, Sharda. Take us through what's happening there. Just a few moments back, we saw how Nirmala Sitharaman, the Union Finance Minister, had met the families and the victims. What's happening? What did she tell the victims? What assurances has she given?
So, Nirmala Sitharaman, she first visited the spot where the stampede had happened earlier, like 2 days before, and she also spoke to the district collector there, who gave her an explanation, and she also assessed the entire situation of what is happening in Karur. Right now, we are outside the Karur Government Hospital, where Finance Minister and Union Minister L. Murugan just met all the victims who are injured in the hospital. She also spoke to them and stated that the Central Ministry has also decided to give them a certain amount of compensation, 1 lakh for the families who lost their family members, the deceased family members, and also 50,000 rupees to all the injured victims. She's also now gone to meet the victims of few families who lost their family members in the stampede. She's also said to speak to the collector following this on what would be the future measures that to be taken.
Right, Shada, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to the other big top stories that we're tracking here on Republic. This is about the Asia Cup, then the drama, the 90-minute drama that unfolded after the match. Now, after making provocative gestures in matches to humiliating the spirit of cricket, now Pakistan has cried victim. Pakistan Minister Mohsin Naqvi in a social media post on X, and he's replied to the Prime Minister hailing Team India and giving a reference to Operation Sindoor. Now, it is Pakistan Minister Mohsin Naqvi in a now deleted post on X, where he said, if war was your measure of pride, history already records your humiliating defeat at Pakistan's hands. No cricket match can rewrite that truth. Dragging war into sports only exposes desperation and disgraces the very spirit of the game. And that's exactly why Pakistan has been crying victim, ladies and gentlemen, because be it Operation Sindoor or be it the field of cricket, we have always defeated Pakistan, and that is what they have been crying about right now. This was a post that was given out by Mohsin Naqvi, the Pakistan minister, also the PCB chief, Mohsin Naqvi. He had posted a comment on his social media handle X while he had replied to the Prime Minister's post. Now, what the Prime Minister had posted was about hailing the Indian cricket team on winning the match, where he had given a reference of Operation Sindoor, saying be it field or Pakistan's area, we have always decimated them. To which Mohsin Naqvi, the Pakistan minister, had replied to the same post. If you can have the Prime Minister's tweet on our screens on what he had said on the match, and to which Mohsin Naqvi, in a now deleted post, is crying foul and saying that we cannot compare cricket and sports and war together.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Kenyan Navy Commander Major General Paul paid tribute to fallen soldiers by laying a wreath at the National War Memorial during his state visit to India. Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has flagged off 3 new Amrit Bharat Express trains on the Darbhanga, Ajmer, Muzaffarpur, Hyderabad and Chhapra, Delhi routes at the Anand Vihar terminal in the national capital. Major General Paul of the Kenyan Navy received a guard of honor at the South Block lawns in Delhi while on an official visit to India from the 28th of September to the 2nd of October. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami flagged off the Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar Social Welfare Multipurpose Rath from Dehradun. The convoy shall organize 240 camps aimed at welfare for the poor in the state of Uttarakhand. And moving across to some more breaking news that we're getting in. This is in regard with the arrest of the Bangladeshi nationals that has taken place in the national capital. Now, there have been another set of arrests that have been made for allegedly spying for Pakistan. Tawqif has been arrested for spying for Pakistan, we learn, after illegal Bangladeshis were detained in Delhi. Now it is a Pakistani spy that has been arrested, and this one is from Haryana. The arrest happened from Hathirkund in Haryana. The accused visited Pakistan in 2002 and hence was cultivated as a source for Pakistan. As in previous cases, the accused used to send information about the troops' movements to Pakistan. Akhil is joining me live for more details on that. Akhil, please share about the alleged Pakistani spy. What do we know about him? What was his modus operandi?
Well, Tanisha, if you've seen a fresh development, what we have seen that the Haryana police has arrested one person who has been identified as Tawfiq. Tawfiq is the person who visited Pakistan back then in 2022. 3 years back, he visited Pakistan, and since then he was in touch with the Pakistan High Commission staffers. And if you see earlier, what we have seen that several Indians, if you see, one person was arrested from Hisar itself, in which what we have seen that the Jyoti Malhotra was arrested back then in the month of May from Hisar, and she was in touch with the Pakistani High Commission staff member Danish. And after that, what we have seen that later on Danish was suspended persona non grata. And if you see, Danish has was in touch with several ISI agents, and with the help of Danish, Jyoti Malhotra got in touch with Shakir and Ali and other ISI agents. So in that case, what we have seen that 3 months later on, in that case, the Haryana police has basically filed a charge sheet in that matter. 2,500 voluminous charge sheet was filed in that case, in which what we have got to learn that the Haryana police has found concrete evidence against Jyoti Malhotra, because if you see, post Pahalgam incident, she has visited Pakistan, and if you see, after that, after coming back from Pakistan, she visited China itself. So there was a major link which was found by the security forces. And after that, and if you see in the recent development, what we are seeing that another person from Palwal who has been identified as Tawfiq, he was also in touch with several Pakistanis, and the Haryana police CIA department has basically found out several numbers of Pakistani individuals, because he was constantly in touch with them. There were text messages that have also been recovered from Tawfiq's phone. So his phone has already been seized by the Palwal team right now, and the probe is currently underway.
All right, Akhil, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to some more breaking news that's coming in. And in fact, this is about the big statement that has been made by the Home Minister. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah rejected the ceasefire offer given by Maoists, saying that if extremists want to surrender and lay down arms, they are most welcome to do so, and security forces would not fire a single bullet on them. Here's that statement by the Union Home Minister.
मोदी सरकार ने संवाद, सुरक्षा और समन्वय तीनों पहलू पर काम करने की शुरुआत की, और आज नतीजा ये है कि मैं विश्वास के साथ इतने बड़े फोरम में कह सकता हूं, 31/3/26 को इस देश में से हथियारी नक्सलवाद समाप्त। 14 के बाद सरकार के अभियानों का, सरकार के कार्यक्रमों का, सरकार के आयोजन का स्टीयरिंग भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय के पास है। ये बहुत बड़ा नीतिगत परिवर्तन हुआ, और वो परिवर्तन के कारण ही ये परिणाम मिला। स्कैटर्ड अप्रोच की जगह यूनिफाइड और रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी को अपनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया, और मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं है रूथलेस स्ट्रेटेजी पर शब्द प्रयोग करने में। हमारी सरकार की नीति है, जो हथियार छोड़कर सरेंडर होकर आना चाहते हैं उनके लिए रेड कारपेट है। आइए भाई, आपका स्वागत है, आप मार्ग भूले हुए हमारे ही लोग हो। और सबसे अच्छा ल्यूकरेटिव सरेंडर पॉलिसी विजय जी बैठे हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार ने बनाया है, भारत सरकार ने बनाया है। सबका स्वागत है, हथियार छोड़ दीजिए। आज भी मैं कहता हूं, हम किसी को मारना नहीं चाहते, मगर आप हथियार में लेकर निर्दोष आदिवासियों को मारना चाहते हैं तो मेरी सरकार का धर्म है इनको बचाना और आपका सामना।
All right, breaking news now coming in. There have been massive protests that has broken out in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir against Shehbaz Sharif government. Rawalkot in POK is under complete lockdown. The protesters have made a slew of demands, including abolition of privileges of ruling elites, end of assembly seats in the name of refugees residing in Pakistan, free and equal education and employment of Shahid Azhar's brother, establishment of international airport, prevention of timber smuggling, and elimination of quota for refugees residing in Pakistan in jobs. So these are the kind of demands that people of POK have put out. There are massive protests that are being held against the Shehbaz Sharif government. All right, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir seeing massive protests against Shehbaz Sharif government. Thousands have been on street. The call for a shutdown and wheel jam strike, potentially indefinite, has triggered heightened tensions in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The call, remember, it is a clash of willpower. A civil society alliance has now gained traction in recent times. It has rallied thousands under its banner, citing decades of political marginalization and economic neglect. Now, the group's 38-point character demands structural reforms, including the abolition of 12 legislative seats in the POK assembly reserved for Kashmiri refugees living in Pakistan, which locals argue undermines their representative governance. In fact, authorities have also responded with a show of strength. In the recent days, heavily armed convoys staged flag marches through major POK towns, while thousands of troops were moved in from Punjab. And Soumya is joining us on the phone line to share more details on that. All right, Soumya is live. Soumya, this is a huge POK uprising that we're seeing against Pakistan. Protests are being held. Talk us through the demands that the POK people have been raising.
Mentioned that this is in the recent times one of the biggest protests that Pakistan security forces and for that matter Pakistani government will also face from POK. Now this particular protest was spearheaded by Awami Action Committee based out of POK and in coordination of thousands of civilians. Thousands of civilians have come in support of this protest and the demands that have been made through this protest. Now, the understanding how the situation might flare up on the ground, the Pakistani government has heavily deployed security forces on ground zero. From last night, they have completely cut off the internet services there in POK so that mobilization of protesters can be completely avoided. Now, few of the demands, if we go through them, one of them being the AAC demanding the abolishment of 12 seats reserved for the Kashmiri refugees there in the assembly. This is a direct pushback to the political framework of Pakistan because the protesters are arguing that this particular thing distorts the local representation in POK in the politics, and this has led the Pakistani government having a direct control over Muzaffarabad over years. Now there's an attempt to internationalize this protest as well because the POK diaspora sources are suggesting that the POK diaspora who are based out of US, UK and for that matter Europe also, they will also pick up this topic and will also stage protests. So this is how POK is, residents of the POK and for that matter Awami Action Committee has led forward this protest against the Pakistani forces and the Pakistani government. Sources are suggesting that Pakistani government is at the moment fearing that if the matter escalates, it might lead to certain escalation to border demands. They're scared that it might lead to demands for freedom as well. So these are the developments that we are picking up, and it might flare up in few hours or maybe in few days if the demands are not met. Tanisha.
Right, Soumya, stay with me and talk to us about what is it, which group is this that are leading the protest, because we learned that government muscle and a breakdown in talks is going to happen anytime soon.
Yes, well, see, Tanisha, as I mentioned earlier, it's Awami Action Committee there which has spearheaded this protest. It has a huge support from the residents of POK because they have for years have felt neglected, have felt that the demands have not been met, and in so many areas they have felt heavily neglected over the years. So it is you can say a pented up anger towards how their issues have been handled over the years by at the hands of the Pakistani government, which has led to this protest at such a level. As sources are suggesting that it could be one of the biggest.
Swami, I'm sorry, I'll have to cut you short on that because I'm being joined by retired Major General Sanjay Meston on the broadcast. Sir, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. What do you think of the recent POK uprising against the Pakistan government, the Shehbaz Sharif government? They're coming out with 38-point demands.
Yeah, these protests are basically happening because firstly it is against, I would say, Asim Munir and of course Shehbaz government. And we all know that Shehbaz Sharif, the big boss is the Asim Munir. And why these protests are happening? Because whether it is POK, whether it is Balochistan, whether it is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, whether it is Sindh, most of these provinces are very, very badly neglected by Pakistan authorities and their focus is only on Pakistan, Punjab. And POK, of course, they have been neglecting it over the period of time. And unfortunately, the ground reality is that POK is part of India. And this is also one of the reasons they are protesting, because they want to finally align with India, because that's a neighbor which compares itself to the development what has happened in India and what is going on in Pakistan. It's gone to shambles. And look at India, the way we are a rising prosperity, and see even in the bordering states of POK, basically it is the Kashmir, the Indian Kashmir. And the people are so happy. There's so much of prosperity. Trains are moving. Everything is happening. So when they see the disparity, and this is exactly what they're doing, the disparity, the development is not happening because of the corruption. So this, I would say, augurs well for India, because one day everyone is talking about when will POK rejoin India. I think it will happen on its own. And this is, I would say, a good trend which is going to suit our national interest. Because whatever it is, we have to get back our POK.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, that was the same statement that was reiterated by the Home Minister, by the Defence Minister and by the Prime Minister time and again. But one more question before I let you go, General Maston, is that don't you think that after such a massive uprising that the POK has been showcasing, the Pakistan government is now under pressure?
Yeah, very true. Pakistan government, see, firstly, what's Pakistan government? We must be very clear. Pakistan government is actually this Munir, Asim Munir. That is a Pakistan government. You know, Nawaz, this Shehbaz Sharif is just a, I would say, puppet. And we have seen, this is the first time in the history of this world that United States President, he is invited the second time Asim Munir. And this shows that one of the most important democracies in the world, America, is siding with a terrorist country like Pakistan. And therefore, to say that, the Pakistan government, I would not say the word at all Pakistan government, because it's Pakistan dictatorship. It is protester against the armed forces, the senior leadership of the armed forces, because they are the ones who are corrupt and they are the ones who are cheating their own country. And POK, though, they have never considered themselves as a part of Pakistan,
Absolutely,
including Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They have never considered that as part of Pakistan.
Absolutely,
so all these are second-grade citizens, and therefore the intent is to keep hitting them. And therefore Pakistan army, or I would say Asim Munir, they have failed. Shehbaz Munir, of course, is just a puppet government. We all realize that.
Right, sir. General Maston, thank you very much for speaking to Republic, being here with us and sharing your opinion on that. With that, it's time for us to now quickly have a check of the other breaking news stories that are making headlines. The Kerala Legislative Assembly unanimously has passed a resolution opposing the Election Commission of India's special intensive revision of the voters list. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has moved the resolution in the House. Now, the opposition has extended its support and the resolution was passed after incorporating their suggestions. The resolution expressed serious concerns that the SIR exercise could become a backdoor to attempt and implement the National Population Register. Citing the process conducted in Bihar, it warned that the arbitrary deletions from the voters list reflected quote-unquote politics of exclusion that could be extended nationwide. And with that, it's time for us to slip into a short break. After the break, getting the details of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman visiting Karur. Also, after the break is the biggest controversy that has now broken out, the 90-minute drama that unfolded after the Asia Cup cricket match final.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन GST रिफॉर्म में इसकी